I'd like to call the meeting to order tonight for the Public Schools of Robeson County for a regular monthly board meeting. At this time, we ask Mr. John Simmons to give our invocation.
You bow your heads while we go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, gracious Lord, we thank you for your mercy and your grace. Without that, we wouldn't be nothing. We thank you for breathing on this morning, putting breath of life back in us. We thank you for being the shield around the cars to get us here to this board meeting tonight, Lord. We ask that you stand by a little while long and be with us and let us make the good, sound judgment for the betterment of the public schools of Robeson County, Lord. We ask you that when this meeting is over with, that you be our angel and ride with us once again so that we may return home to our loved ones the same way that you blessed us to leave them. We thank you, Lord. We love you. We ask this prayer in your name. Amen.
Amen.
At this time, I would like to recognize before we get started, we have County Manager Ms. Kelly Blue with us tonight. And also we have Ms. Fellaine Dow, who is the new chairperson for the County Commissioners. Ladies, we're glad to have you with us tonight. And also the Honorable Judge Brooke Clark. I'm glad to have you tonight, Ms. Clark. At this time, I would ask Dr. Williams, his wife, to come forward, and Judge Clark, and they will do the swearing in for Dr. Williamson.
Gotta say, my beautiful wife, Shirley.
Okay, Ms. Shirley.
Need that brownie point at some point.
Find this here. Okay. I'm just gonna step this.
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. And again, it's an honor for me to administer the oath.
Thank you.
Dr. Williamson, if you would repeat after me as I read the oath to you. I state your name,
I, Freddie Williams,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of North Carolina,
of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of my
the
office
duties of my office
as superintendent
as superintendent
of the Board of
of the
Education
Board of Education
for the public schools of Robeson
for the
County,
public schools of Robeson County,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the best of my skills and ability.
so help me God.
So help me.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right here.
I'll take it a minute. I'm gonna be emotional, right? I'll be emotional about this. Because anytime you promise God, you work towards that. Let me start by honoring my wife, who through the years have really supported me, and I appreciate that, because this is a partnership, right? The time away from, and she's just been so faithful. So I honor her and tell her how much I do love her and appreciate her.
Amen.
Thank you to the board members for the opportunity to come and to serve. I am excited about the opportunity. Thank you for your confidence. And it is one team and one goal. And again, so I want to share 6 quick points. And I've taken this from Dream Builders by Dr. Kenson Griffin, but short and to the point. So she tells me, I'm asking that we all be a bridge to where we want to go. Nothing complicated about that. Can we all be a bridge to where we want to go? Can we all emerge into something different? Can we develop as leaders, and can we grow as educators? Well, that's a challenge. Our students need us to be something different for them, because what they're facing is different than it's ever been before, and we have to recognize that. Can we and will we keep a growth mindset? Our journey is north. Our journey is improvement. Our journey is about relationships with all the agencies, with whoever involved with this great county, that we can educate our kids. So we got to have a growth mindset. We need to be intentional about our purpose. It matters. Everything, every conversation, every thought, every student matters, and we have to be intentional about that. We can't look at any other, but just gotta be intentional about our purpose, about our kids. We have to be non-negotiable about our attitude. I have the choice to choose my attitude every single day. There are issues in life that we have to deal with, but I can choose my attitude. And I'm asking that we keep a positive attitude about the work that's in front of us. And then that we are committed, and we continue to be committed to serve all students. That our intent, our purpose is to serve all students. And so I don't just flippantly say, one team, one goal. That's gotta be a reality. One team, one goal. I'll close with this. You know, the Bible says that God spoke to Solomon in a dream. And he said to Solomon, ask me whatever you will. Solomon said, this is what I need from you, Lord. I need wisdom, I need knowledge, I need understanding, I need discernment. I've been praying that prayer every day of my life. So I stand in front of you now, and I'm asking God to give me wisdom, to give me knowledge, to give me understanding, and to give me discernment. Thank you for the opportunity so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williamson, and congratulations, and we're looking forward to beginning this journey together. At this time, we'll have the adoption of the agenda, and I would like to ask that we move the PSRC reentry presentation, move that up to right under the virtual learning video. Again, the reentry presentation, let's move it under the virtual learning video.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Adoption of the minutes.
Second.
The meeting.
Ms. Brenda made the adoption, and Mr. Henry made the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from open session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Randy made the motion, and Mr. Vontae with the second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Information items. Before we begin with the first, we were bringing contributions tonight for the empty stocking fund, and that was, what you wanted to give. And if you like some of us that didn't bring it tonight, if you could, please try to get by and see Miss Patty tomorrow. But if you have it tonight, Mr. Mike will take it. Burnett, were you wanting to take a picture with this here now? Yeah. Okay. If you would, let's just go to this side over here, everyone, and we're going to take a picture with this here. And I know the cabinet and all, who participates with this, please come up here with us, okay? This time. Over here.
And Craig.
Me and you might have to give up the front row.
We all gonna get on the front row.
I'd say at least 2,000.
Craig, you want to be part of this? Craig, I'm gonna be right between these two.
You want to stand up?
Yeah. When you put them out, you don't know how much you get. Come on, go look over there, Brenda, you wanna come on?
You can get a little bit closer.
You should be
Robert, you
Come on, Mr. Fred. You let her as a hundred.
Mike, you can Stand there and let him know. Yeah, let him know.
Just get off the top.
Yeah, let him know. I'll get him down here.
You can come too, Ms. Williams, come too.
Thanks, Shirley.
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 Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams.
Trying to hide my stuff. Huh? Won't get close to you. We had five.
I'm gonna let you do
That's right.
You know, we got.
All right.
So I need to get in front of you. That's all.
Back up.
Thank you.
Make sure you get all of them now.
I got you, Mr. 1, 2, 3.
Quite a bit.
Jeez.
Wow.
Thank y'all.
Even so.
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Standing behind this man.
Can I use your pen, please, sir?
Ma'am.
Pen.
I got 2 of them, so you can keep that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for that. This time, we'll go into information items, the holiday card series with the artist, Miss Sandy Carter.
Good evening, everybody, and happy holidays. Every year, I'm happy and proud to stand up here and announce the winners. It's a little different without the kids here this time, but we went on and did our art contest for the holiday card series. It was somewhat challenging because the students weren't with the teachers, but it was successful. And before I present the winners, I have to thank all the teachers for, working really hard to engage the students into doing the designs. And I also have to thank the students, and I have to thank the parents of the students, especially the younger kids, because they were the ones who snapped pictures, scanned pictures, sent them into their teachers so that they could be participating in the selection. This is the most cards that we ever chose. We actually chose a card or two from every school that participated. So we've got 27 artists this year. And I'm going to present, we're going to start, remember we had K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 12 winners. The cards have been printed. They will go out to all the school districts, elected officials, and we actually always print a set of cards for the student and the art teacher, and they've been delivered. So at this time, we're ready for the holidays. The Public Schools of Robeson County 2020 Holiday Card Series artist. Grades K2. Riley Ransom, first grade from Long Branch Elementary School. Her teacher is Allie Watts. Her principal is Billy Tyner. Addison Ivy, second grade, East Robinson Primary. Art teacher is Iris Adams. Principal is Dr. Lewis Cox. Haley Chavis, second grade, Union Chapel Elementary School. Art teacher is Tanya Jacobs. Principal is Antonio Wilkins. Madison Bryant, first grade, St. Paul's Elementary School. Art teacher is Candace Herring. Principal is Dr. Jill Hathaway. Christian Gonzalez, first grade, Piney Grove Elementary School. Art teacher is Linda Brewer. Principal is Kendra Deese. Nathan Lynn Simon, second grade, W.H. Knuckles Elementary School. Art teacher Brittany McCall. Principal Lisa Troy. Grades 3 through 5. Trinity Williams, fourth grade, Parkton Elementary School. Chad Locklear, art teacher. Principal Christy West. Efron Roja Ortez, fourth grade, L. Gilbert Carroll Middle School. Melinda McCoy, art teacher. Principal Chris Burton. Isabella Epps, fourth grade, Peterson Elementary School. Topanga Bullard, art teacher. Melinda Sellers, principal. Cora Bogenwright, third grade, Long Branch Elementary School, Allie Watts, art teacher, Billy Tyner, principal. Kaylee Brown, fifth grade, Red Springs Middle School, Megan Vesley was the student teacher, principal, Sharon Breeden. Holden Buller, third grade, Prospect Elementary School, Leslie Woods Jacobs, art teacher, principal, Avery Books. Grades 6 through 8. Taylor Gerald, seventh grade, Lumberton Junior High School, Robin Simmons Blunt, art teacher, principal, Dr. Savon Mosby. Jalen Jacobs, eighth grade, Pembroke Middle School, Terry Usry, art teacher, principal, Anthony Barton. Tina Locklear, eighth grade, Prospect Elementary School, Susan Moore, art teacher, principal, Avery Brooks. Layla Bogenwright, sixth grade, Orr Middle School, Crystal Bogenwright, principal, Anthony Britt. Hannah Inman, seventh grade, St. Paul's Middle School, Candace Lambert, art teacher, principal, Dr. Paul Locklear. Denali McBride, sixth grade, Red Springs Middle School, Linda Laspanusu, art teacher, principal, Sharon Breeden. Helen Vasquez Barra, seventh grade, South Robinson Intermediate, Hope Locklear, art teacher, principal, Dr. Sherry Park. And grades 9 through 12. Benjamin Rogers, 12th grade, Lumberton High School, Scotty Thompson, art teacher, principal, Larry Brooks. Tyrion Locke, 12th grade, Lumberton High School, Rebels, art teacher, principal, Larry Brooks. Rodrigo Sirocco Soriano, 11th grade, St. Paul's High School, Kevin Locklear, art teacher, principal, Jason Suggs. Ronnie Hightower, 9th grade, St. Paul's High School, Karina Kimball, principal, Jason Suggs. Kelly Locklear, Purnell Sweat High School, Cassina Baker and Shantonia Bullard, art teachers, principal, Clyde Leviner. Jordan Lowry, Purnell Sweat High School, Cassina Baker and Shantonia Bullard, art teachers, principal, Clyde Leviner. Caitlin Tyler, 11th grade, Fairmont High School, Stephen Taylor, art teacher, principal, Kent Prater. AJ Schaller, 11th grade, Fairmont High School, Stephen Taylor, principal, Kent Prater. And again, thank you for all the participating students who participated in this. It was really an awesome experience for them, and it's even amazing when they get their own cards that are printed. This year we did something different. We emailed out a card, 2 cards a day to all the staff. And it was really kind of nice because we're in a virtual world. So we kind of changed how we normally do it. So, and when they were on Facebook. So I think that was really cool. And the kids really liked it. The art teachers said they were all excited about getting their cards. So again, you know, every year I tell you this, we always have the best cards. I haven't seen the cards yet that have come into the office, but I am always super proud of what our card series is because we just have amazing students in our county. So I thank you all. I wish all of you Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Dr. Williams, you're in for a treat. We have the best arts education program in the state. So anyway, thank you.
Dr. Carter, Ms. Carter,
Yes, sir.
thank you. You didn't get away. We also have the best art supervisor around. Let me just say, I mean, all that artwork was outstanding, and we got the art teachers at school, but Ms. Carter's been here doing this a long time. And the inspiration and what she does for this program has always been outstanding over the years, and we just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I love this school district and I love my job. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, virtual learning video, Ms. Nakesia Clark.
And you've ever seen, just watch it.
Good evening. My name is Nikisha Clark, grade science and social studies teacher at South Robinson Intermediate. I told my students, you know, this is not the ideal year, but we're going to make the best of it. So just 2 days ago. I said, we're gonna make lemonade with these lemons that we've been presented. So, we have been studying force and motion, and I asked the kids to make a video to demonstrate one of the concepts that we were, studying. And I just left it to them. So I started getting in videos, kids were submitting videos, and I was looking at them. And then James McFadder Jr. was one of my students. When I pulled up his video, it just kind of stood out. So I sent it to Mr. Freese and I said, you have to watch this. You know, we have a lot of negative comments that are coming in about virtual learning, but we do have a lot of good things that are happening. So I wanted to share with you or share his video, and then James is going to speak to you.
At a company, and today I'm doing 2 science projects for 6th grade. So the first one is dealing with centripetal force, which means moving in a circular pattern. So I got a dime and I put 1 inside of a balloon. So when you spin it, the dime starts to spin inside. The outside balloon forces the dime back to the center, which makes it spin. Now we got that out of the way, let's do the second. So I got ball A and ball B. Ball A is a foam ball and ball B is a plastic ball. So I got a blow dryer here. I'm going to turn the blow dryer on and I'm going to blow it. So first we're going to do the foam ball. We're going to see which one has high pressure and which one has low pressure. So let's turn it on. Hold up, now. This thing want to work for me today. It's not floating. Guys, can you give me some good work? Because it's not floating. See how that's floating high? That's high pressure. So now we're going to do the plastic ball. See how that's floating low to the blow dryer? That's low pressure. So that was my 2 science projects for today. Stay tuned to SRS 6th grade science to maybe see me again on one of these projects. Hopefully you enjoy. And I would just like to say thank you for letting me come and speak. And thank you for the best 6th grade teacher, Miss Nakisha. And thank you all for watching.
You introduce your mom and your brother? Yeah, tell us. Yeah.
Well, that's my mom, Keisha McFadder, and that's my little brother, Noah McFadder.
So rising edge.
Alicia, Ms. Clark,
Science teacher.
thank you for being here before, and we thank you for coming again. If you would, please tell these folks where you started out and who was your principal.
It was Mr. Craig, he was my first principal, and I went to his office, the first or second year, and told him I was coming for his job.
Thank you. Okay, Finance Construction Committee update, Mr. Mike Smith and Mr. Randy Lawson.
No, we're
Oh,
going
I'm sorry. We moved that one up. I'm sorry. The PSRC reentry presentation, the safe and healthy return pathway. We got Mr. Freese, Mr. Bobby, Ms. Stephanie, and Ms. Beth Rowell.
And I didn't know you.
Mr. Phil Smith also. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, and board members.
Good evening.
We're going to have a update from our Robeson County Health Department members, Ms. Beth Ryle and Mr. Phil.
I thought maybe if you wanted to give him questions, I'm not really sure what information you might would want, other than to know that our positivity rate for the county is still 11.9%. So we're still seeing a lot of positives. We have now had right at 7,800 cases since March, and we're at 124 deaths. So unfortunately, COVID is
Mr.
very active.
Dr. Manning?
Ms. Rao, tell us how it has increased from when. Have we seen a surge? Or I guess I heard on the news that we were feeling the Halloween surge now. Robertson County, have we stayed steady? How long is this surge? Are we in a surge or bad? I guess,
Fortunately, Robeson County has stayed steady, and that steady has been in higher numbers. So we're looking, of course, the Halloween, the next couple of weeks, we saw an increase. I'm sure the next week or so, we'll see the increase in Thanksgiving. But unfortunately, our numbers have never dipped down. We can't really say, pretty much staying constant in our numbers.
follow up, Mr.
Yes.
So our 10 or 11% is higher than other counties or other areas?
Well,
I know what the stats say, I just want to hear you say. I'm trying to get a feel for schooling, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
today on the governor's, I don't know how many of you saw the governor speak today and the secretary of DHHS, but she shared the graph of the orange, red, and yellow counties. And unfortunately, we are a red county. Of course, we are 48 out of 100 of our counties are red. So there were like 14 counties that were yellow, and all the rest are orange or red, which means there's significant community spread. A lot of the meat processing plants, when UNC Pembroke went back and the colleges went back, we saw an increase in students from the colleges, but now it's just widespread throughout the whole community. There is more testing. But however, the positivity rate, even though there's more testing, the positivity rate is staying up. The governor, they did, CDC and DHHS has decreased our quarantine amount of time now. So in the beginning, it was if you were a contact, it was 14 days from you were supposed to quarantine. They did decrease that. You can either choose to do 14 days of quarantine, 10 days of quarantine if you have 0 symptoms, or 7 days of quarantine if you get a test on or after day 5 and you have no symptoms, if you have a negative test and no symptoms. So they're trying to, hoping this will get people to cooperate a little more in the quarantine period. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand. I've been exposed, but I don't feel bad. I feel fine. There's no way I could give it to somebody else. And they go about business as usual, and that's how, we just continue to spread. We even, with our case investigations for every positive that in the county, a nurse has to contact them or someone has to contact them and do a case investigation. So we ask a 3-page questionnaire. What kind of travel have you had? Where have you been? Where do you think you were exposed? Can you tell us contacts so we can contact them and let them know to be quarantining? Unfortunately, maybe 50% of our cases will cooperate with us. Majority of them don't want to give contacts. We'll call and do our questionnaire and they're at the grocery store or, they're traveling somewhere. Unfortunately, people just don't want to give up a little bit to get the numbers down. Of course, the vaccine, they're doing vaccine. Hopefully that'll be starting to roll out next week. The first phase of the vaccines will go to hospitals. So they'll be rolling out vaccine every week after that. So we will start with the hospitals, long-term care facilities, the COVID first responders, things like that. Unfortunately, the general population will not receive the vaccine until probably March or April at the earliest. So we still have a long way to go before we have enough of the state, the county, the nation vaccinated to provide protection.
Mr. Dwayne Smith?
Yes, my question is everything that's going on right here, I'm a symptoms guy, okay? And I know some people here that keep up with sports. I've been keeping up with it. NFL, NBA, NCAA, they get it, they quarantine and they're done, okay? My question is, what are the symptoms? Like, is there 1,000 people that gets it and there's 1,000 people that ends up in the hospital? Or is there 1,000 people that gets it and they're quarantined and one person dies? Or is there 10 people that get it and 10 people die? See, that's my thing, because everybody's going, before it's all said and done, everybody's going to be got it. I'm just going to tell you the facts. But I want to know what are even though the numbers might be rising, what are symptoms that we are receiving from this right here, if that kind of makes sense, and what are the deaths from, over the past month, in other words, even though they're rising, are deaths rising, or
Yes.
These are just the symptoms, or what? And you see what I'm saying? I'm
So last week, the week before last, we had 9 deaths in 1 week. At the beginning, we would have a death, one death here and a death there. And a lot of our deaths at the beginning were from long-term care residents.
right.
The last month, we probably have had 20-some deaths in a month. And it's hard to say about, the statistics, how many are symptomatic versus asymptomatic. Because when we do our case investigation, it's all over the board. We talked to some people and they had no symptoms, and one man said, I took advantage and worked in my yard. I was by myself and I worked in my yard. But then you've got some that you talk to, and we have to tell them, you need to go to the emergency room, because they can't even carry on a conversation with us. Their breathing is so, they're having difficulty breathing. And so I don't know, because we've got so many people doing the case investigation, what that ratio looks like. I can't.
And that's something that I personally, I would like to know, and I think a lot of other people would like to know. I would know, okay, there's 600 people this month that had it. We had 20 that went in the hospital. We had 5 deaths. You know what I'm saying?
And
That's because you can blow it up, because if everybody gets tested, you got false positive, positive false. I mean, you got all that there. So I would like to know that we had an average of this many people here. We had this many people in the hospital. We had this many people here that passed. So those are, if you could, or get close to it or whatever. That's something I'd like to know.
We can do the deaths. We can say, okay, we had this many. Matter of fact, Mr. Smith, on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, he gives an update. And so you can see the number that we had that were positive that week, the number of deaths. Unfortunately, the degree of symptoms, with only 50% responded to our questionnaires, there's no way to give that statistic, because people just don't. And some of them don't respond because they're in the hospital.
Right.
And so we've called and called and called, and we send letters after we've tried several times to call, and we will have them call back and say, well, I've been in the hospital and I've just gotten home, or things of that nature. But honestly, unless we can get more people to be involved in the case investigation and answering the questionnaires, I don't think we'll ever know truly how many were symptomatic versus asymptomatic and what type of symptoms they had.
Okay, we have a couple more questions.
Let me just say, the shut down the NBA. He still can't dribble in March. So technically, he's recovered because he's gone long enough, but he's certainly not cured.
And he was healthy.
Yeah.
Healthy individual.
Okay, we have a few more questions. Mr. Bonte?
With the steady rise of the cases here in Robeson County, I want to ask the question that everybody want to know. Do you think it's safe to send our kids back in January? I mean,
Well,
question that everybody want to know.
Ms. Rao asked me that question this morning. She said, you know, it's going to come up, and I said, well, I'll tell them what we've done. We've sent our kids to private schools. They're in
And
person.
they're in person. So my kids do go to in-person school. It is a small school, but they are in school every day. So-
How's that working out?
And it's worked out well. They've had, a couple of times they've had to, go to virtual learning because somebody, had made it to school and then went home and was sick, and so and the school's so small, so they would do that whole lot, the whole high school would have to go home and quarantine for the 14 days, and then they would go back to school. And so they've had to do that a couple of times the first quarter. This quarter, they've not had to do that at all. And they're doing sports, they're doing basketball, and they did volleyball. So, but again, it's, you know.
Follow-up question, the follow-up to that.
Well, how many students do you say they have in each classroom?
I know in middle school, they have like 15 or 16 kids per class. Isn't that about what,
It's 20 at the max.
20 is the max?
Okay.
They
Mr.
do
Henry,
lunches in their class, so they don't, they have to wear their masks. They do lunches in their class. But they still have PE. They have to wear masks at PE.
I'm gonna ask a broad-based question concerning our neighbors. I know, I was amazed to hear, you know, when we were high, 10%, I think, or higher, Cumberland County was 4.8, and they still didn't bring their kids back to school. Would you have any idea where Cumberland County is at this time?
Idea, do you?
No, I would say it's a good deal higher now, to be honest. If you go to the red counties, it's Scotland, Hope, Cumberland, us, Columbus. Until you get to the coast, we're all exactly the same.
Okay.
Ms. Gentry?
Yeah, the testing sites that are set up next to Carroll Middle School with the tents, is that free testing?
It is. That's free, and that's the molecular test, the PCR. So there's two different kinds of tests. There's the rapid antigen test that takes 15 minutes. That test should only be used, I'm gonna say should because there are a lot of practices that are using it not exactly as it should be used. It should be used only for symptomatic individuals. And if it's a negative test and it's symptomatic, then they should follow up with the PCR test. And so that's what the one near middle school is, PCR test. And so North Carolina is doing a pilot project with some schools, and I'm not sure exactly which school systems they are that are doing antigen testing in the school system. The health department does have the capability of doing antigen tests now for symptomatic people. That's the 15-minute test. At least if you've got somebody that have symptoms, you can go ahead and do that 15-minute test. If it's positive, you can go ahead and immediately start doing your notifications instead of having to wait 2 days to get a PCR test back. So we do have that, and we can work with some systems, you know, in the future if that's something that you want to do.
Yeah, I saw about 3 hands at the same time. Mr. John?
The number you gave us, 11.9%, does that include the Thanksgiving numbers, or that's just the day-to-day number?
Well, we're a week out, a little over a week out from Thanksgiving, so some of those numbers will include Thanksgiving. Matter of fact, I have talked to several people, and they went and did their normal Thanksgiving events and now are positive.
So the number will go up?
Terry?
So Mr. Vontae asked a question a little bit earlier, and I think, you know, his question was more geared toward the situation that we have here, you know, well, in Robeson County and the public school system, and the privates, you know, the private schools and their situation is going to be completely different as far as the parents, the home support, and that's a whole different structure. So, I'm going to ask that same question, given what you know about our student population and the resources that our students typically have access to. Even if we go by, I'm not sure if you've seen seen this plan, but even if we go by that, when we follow it exactly, are you prepared to make any sort of recommendation given our particular circumstances? That's an unfair question, I understand, but.
You are looking at huge numbers. And you're right, you do have some that would send the kids to school regardless of whether they're sick or not. Do you want to answer that one?
I think it's a political decision, to be
Really?
honest. I think you can put the scales either direction you want.
Okay. Ms. Brenda, I think, was next.
Mr. Smith, thank you and your staff for working since March. I'm aware of everything you all do because we're out there. My concern, I pray I'm not one of those that get the COVID and several others. More on the positive side, though, being trained for third world countries, I know we can get through this by doing what is right. What more can we as a board or our educational system do to help perhaps try to slow the COVID down and perhaps get it stopped? What more can we do as a system?
I think the big thing is education. Education. If you see somebody that's out not wearing a mask, put your mask on. If you go to a restaurant or you go to a drive-through or anything, and they've got their mask pulled down and, do your part, wear your mask. Just really education. Answer the call, The more we know about contacts, the more we can contact them and have them quarantining. Unfortunately, we live in an economically deprived county. People need to work. That's the reality. And so a lot of things are masked because people need their job. They need that income. I don't know what the answer is to that. Because I understand, okay, yeah, it's between my child eating and staying at home and quarantining. What do I do? We did have a resource that was given financial help, but that money ran out very quickly. And so now they can offer groceries and they can offer grocery delivery, PPE supplies, things like that, but still, if you don't have an income, what do you do?
Mr. Chairman, follow up. One of the things that we're doing is, where we was having a drive-through everywhere and some of the same people receiving, we're now getting ready to go door to door to place items of need with hopes that it will help us. We don't get close to nobody, you know that. I don't know if it will help us, but education is the proper way, I believe, that can help us through this pandemic.
And if you need, if you want flyers, we have a flyer that says what to do while I've been, if I've tested, what do I do? We've got people that'll go test because they've been exposed or they're symptomatic, and then they immediately go about normal business. 3 days later, we're calling them, or 2 days later, and saying, your test was positive. And how many people have they come in contact and infected in those few days?
Ms. Brenda, could you clarify when you say we?
There's a group of us, myself, the 4 musketeers, there's 4 women, and we're waiting on the men to help us out.
Well, I was thinking, when you say we, was that the school board?
We normally work disasters that come into Robertson County.
Right.
So a lot of us have been working around the clock, sometimes we call it 6 and 7 days a week. And there's, sometimes 12 hours a day, because we know in order to beat this pandemic, we got to work together. And I want to piggyback on what the scriptures say. Truly the harvest is plenteous, but the laborers are few. We do desire to see more laborers, particularly from the Christian side of the church, from the church side, to get more involved. With me knowing so many church people have been infected because of indoor services. And I believe that if we would just face mask is a cover, shut the door, cover our face, I do believe that we can slow this down and perhaps actually get it stopped. But I do believe that there's nothing that came upon us that God have not given us a way to escape. I just believe that. But I do know it takes all of us working together collectively.
Ms. Brenda, I think y'all have done a great job in keeping the schools safe and sound, but people are social animals. So those 4 teachers get in the van and that's not on you. I mean, we've got a couple dozen employees that have tested positive. It's not the work environment. I mean, we've done everything right. If you want to congregate somewhere else, so I think getting back to what you're saying is, if we want others to do what they're supposed to be doing, masking, stay separated, we need to kind of live by that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Exactly.
Kids are going to have that same problem when they come in a minivan of 4 families. You're going to have issues.
Right.
That's why we allow them to see us with our mask on. We allow them to see us washing our hands, using hand sanitizer. When we do the food distribution, but we do, when we come into your office, we always got them on.
We had a couple more because we have some other part of this presentation. Mr. Mike?
I was just gonna ask Mr. Chairman and Ms. Lois Dean if, this meeting tonight, time we meet again, we'll be started back to school, right? It's January 6th, theoretically, right?
If that date stays there, yes.
That's the thing. I think that's some of the questions, can we get a definite, I know you said it might be political. I don't want to be dressed as political. I want to dress as what's safety wise.
Yes.
Wise. And on the flip side of that, I want to know, are our schools ready? I know we've ordered some supplies. Are all our schools ready for January the 6th? Or with plexiglass, signage and everything that they need? Are we ready for January 6th? So I don't know who wants to answer that.
We'll talk about that. We're gonna talk about that to the highlights of our plan and share with you some samples of the school's plan.
I think we probably can get when some of our folks come up. I would like to ask 2 questions real quick. Ms. Stephanie, you and I have been in contact and have some numbers. And this question was asked, so let me just do this real quick. And as far as I know, these are correct from what I got. And this started October 17th. Each of these were a week apart from October 17th. We were at 11.8, then 12.6, 11.7, 10.5. 2 weeks was 9.7. We didn't do one Thanksgiving week. And then last Friday, what I had was 10.2. So that's what the numbers have kind of been running in the county system. And the one question I have, I seen the list last night of hospitals in the state getting the vaccine. Do you folks have any idea? Lumberton was not on there. Scotland was not on there. Is there any indications coming out when, like in this area, I think there's a hospital, Hope was getting it in that county. Any idea when we would be getting the vaccines there?
The second shipment goes to Southeastern.
Second shipment will go to Southeastern? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wayne?
I got one
and then
question. It's not a stupid question, but just saying, to shut down the country, how long would we need to shut down the country for this to go away? I'm talking about everybody that breathes stays at home. How long?
At least a month to 6 weeks,
And it goes away.
theoretically.
Theoretically.
That's my question. That's what I'm getting to.
But are you gonna get a whole nation to shut down for 4 to 6 weeks?
No, but what I'm getting to though is I see what we've gone through for 8 months. So my question is, how long would everybody that breathes would have to stay home for this to go away? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but there's no answer. And that's what I'm getting to. You can't continue to keep shutting down a country. You can't do but so much. And I know masks, this and that. And I hope I don't sound a little agitated because I am agitated because this has been going on so long. You've got people committing suicide. You've got, I mean, people that you could used to speak to, you can't even speak to because they're coming across hard. Nothing to get, I mean, personalities are just different from what they used to be. So that was a question that I wanted to ask to get a straight answer. And no offense, there's no straight answer because there's no factual answer to it if you even shut the whole country down and everybody stayed at home and just breathe in your own house.
Okay.
I will share this if you don't mind. Dr. Fauci, according to, has come out and said that coronavirus test positivity in schools is really low. Now, whether there's any studies, I have not seen the studies to back that up, but he was speaking to the New York governor. His conversation was it does not seem to be spreading in schools. It's one of the issues where governors and local leaders strongly differ. He says there was always a concern looking at what's known to happen with influenza, that kids would be in school, get infected, and come home and infect their parents and relatives. We're not finding that with this coronavirus. I think real positive spin off of this is the realization that schools appear to be a place where the positivity is low, and New York City is not alone. So, again, I've not seen his statistics. That was just an article that Mr. Smith shared with me, so I don't know.
Okay.
A huge task at hand. The health department is available to do whatever we can to assist the school system.
We thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bobby and Ms. Stephanie?
Mr. Craig, can I make one mistake?
Yes, ma'am.
Until a statistic becomes personal, you would take it a different way. This past week, I lost a nephew to COVID, had been completely cured. So we're talking about statistics and numbers, but it can hit home, and there's nothing that he didn't do. And he passed away, so was put on a ventilator. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I can't even answer Mr. Smith's question, wouldn't dare try to. But we have to do everything we can to protect our children.
That's right.
If it means delay,
That's right.
so be it.
Amen.
But like I said, when the statistics hits home and becomes personal, it makes you think differently.
It does.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bobby and Ms. Stephanie, I think you're finished, right? Okay. Mr. Bobby?
Chairman Lownward, Superintendent DeFreeze, board members, and I'm glad our health department presented before me because it's going to reiterate some of the work that we've been doing over the last, seems like 6 months or so, but really we've been spending a lot of time with committees, have met, and to ensure that our kids are safe when they come back on campus, whenever that date may be. So when we started talking about presenting tonight, there were several different things we could present about, but we felt the most important one was, are our schools safe? And what are we doing to keep our kids and adults safe once they get back on campus? So what you have, I think this may have been in your board packet, we have a PowerPoint, and we're going to walk through some of the highlights of the work that our team has been doing, like I said, over the last few months. So for our guiding principles, one of our projects that we talked about as a committee was keeping our kids healthy and safe. No learning's taking place, so we, part of the in this presentation, we're not going to talk about learning. We're going to simply talk about the things that we're doing when kids step foot on that campus, what we're going to do to keep them safe. And like I said, I'm not going to read this to you word by word. I'm just going to try to hit some of the highlights on each slide. So one of the first things is kids come on campus and adults, we know we have to have a screening process. So we have, if kids are riding the bus, we know we have an attestation form
that they have to sign, or parents have to sign to say that their kids don't have any symptoms. Every person that will step foot on our campus will go through a temperature screening. So whether they ride the bus, whether they're in a car, whether they drive a car at the high school level, when teachers arrive, everyone will have the temperature checked, and they will have hand sanitizers. And what happens if one of our children, this says positive screening action, but what happens if we have a member that does not pass the screening? So we know we're gonna send employees home immediately. That's a given. So we're getting our employees off campus if they have that temperature, or if they come in and they cannot answer all three questions with a yes. Students, we know we're gonna put in bus riders. We know we're gonna put them in our isolation room. And in that isolation room, I'm gonna go through the steps in just a little bit. Car riders, we're not letting them out of the car. When that car pulls up, we're gonna check your temperature. If you're high, we're gonna look at mom and dad and say, okay, you can keep going with it. We're not gonna let that child on our campus. Now, we will have provisions in place. We're gonna wait a little while. We're not just gonna check it once. We will do another check of that temperature. And as you know, we're not letting visitors in our buildings at all. No one will be in our buildings unless you are a PSRC employee or a student. So here are our list of indicators. So here are the things, quite naturally, one of the most obvious ones is if you've got a temperature. And then here are the other things that we're gonna check throughout the day to determine if there's a possible situation where a child or an adult may be sick. So what happens? So what happens if we have a student that is displaying these signs of COVID? We're gonna ask that, or the teacher or staff member is gonna excuse that child from the class immediately, okay? Step two, every school has designated an isolation room in their school. That isolation room is only used for students who are exhibiting COVID-like symptoms. So if we have a situation, let's say I fall and I scrub my knee and I need to get a Band-Aid, we have another room designated for those students, and that is called the safe room. So at no point will anyone, unless you have COVID-like symptoms, should be or will be allowed in the isolation room. And this is step three, and this is gonna be very important that our public or parents need to understand, is once we call you and say your child's sick, we need you to come get them. That child needs to be off our campus as soon as possible, and we have had the discussions that if a child is in the isolation room and they're in there for an extended period of time, there's a possibility we could call an ambulance to come get that child. Because again, the more time that sick child spends on campus, the higher our possibility is of others being contaminated or infected, if you want to look at it in that sense.
Mr. Bobby, would that scenario happen if you can't get in touch with a parent?
Yes, we have not pinned down the fine details to that, but the conversation we've had within the committee is that if a child is taken to the isolation room, then at some point in time, we're gonna have to make a decision, the principal's gonna have to make a decision to say, here's our option to get this child off campus, especially if we have one where they're exhibiting the extreme symptoms, the shortness of breath, those sort of things. Okay? Now, once that parent picks the child up, they're gonna consult with their medical professional to see if a test needs to be administered for them. So we've added in here for our step number 5, what if a staff member at some point throughout the day, because we know we're gonna do that initial screening when they come in. What happens if some point throughout the day that they begin to exhibit the symptoms? They're gonna be dismissed from campus immediately. That staff member's going to leave, and they're gonna consult their medical professional, just like the student, to determine if testing is appropriate. These 2 slides are slides from the CDC, and it just gives a pretty visual to kind of say what we're gonna do if we have a situation where students become sick during the day. I do want to point out, slide number 5, where it speaks of cleaning and disinfecting the isolation room. One of our principals brought up a very good point that we are supposed to wait 24 hours, but guidance does allow us, it does say to wait as long as possible. We cannot wait the 24 hours because there was some discussion about having 2 isolation rooms, but we decided that as long as you wait, as long as you possibly can, to clean that isolation room. And if you have a child that needs to go in there the next day, then that's possible. What our isolation room, and I think I've spent, we all know who's going to that isolation room. We do have PPE that will be required for staff members who may have to enter that isolation room. What we have directed all of our schools, we hope that schools have rooms that have the glass pane like our doors back here to my left, so that staff members can visually keep an eye contact with that child. At no point in time should the staff member go in there and sit with the child in the isolation room. It's always, I'm keeping a visual on that child, and if we don't have this, then that staff member's every little while is opening the door, doing something to make sure they're maintaining that visual contact with the child.
Bobby,
Yes, sir.
sorry to interrupt so much. Are we going to designate a particular style and model of mask for all of our students, or can they bring their personal mask like we have on? Or do they have a choice?
And later on in our plan, we address the types of masks that students should be wearing.
Okay.
So over on our next page, we have our visual of the PPE that will be available for staff members at the school. And I do know that we had some come in this week through Dr. Locklear's office, and we do have ample supply currently at the school, not only for the isolation room, but also for any other kids with special needs that a staff member, when they interact with that student, may need the appropriate PPE. So our next page talks about the isolation room and PPE and those kids that may have a respiratory issue. So if we have students on our campus that because of some medical issue, they need a nebulizer, I think is what we have mentioned in our plan here, then that staff member who would assist that child in administering the nebulizer would also put on that PPE to prevent any droplets or anything of that sort from going to the student to the staff member. So what happens when a staff member says that they've tested positive and or has had an exposure? So we said they're going to contact, and this is very important, they're going to contact the principal, director, their immediate supervisor. Then we're going to collect, and I think Ms. Ryle was speaking of this earlier, we're going to begin to collect all of that information that goes into the contact tracing. So how do we determine what questions or what checklist we're going to use? Based upon the guidance from North Carolina, we have, I think, Ms. Stephanie's at least 5 or 6 different checklists depending on the situation. So we have suspected, presumptive, or positive. So depending on the situation that's presented to the principal, and our principal has that conversation with the nurse, then depending on that situation, we'll determine which checklist the nurse goes through with that individual on our campus. So we will begin our contact tracing immediately. So, and we have updated our guidance to follow the guidance that was released a few weeks ago with the CDC of 6 feet with a combined 15 minutes or longer in the last 24 hours. So we have informed our schools of the update there. So next we have a visual of who is considered a close contact. So you can see here, this just puts into a picture those individuals that could be on campus that we decide are close contacts. So what happens when that person comes back and tells a staff member that they've tested positive or had an exposure? So when the nurse starts their contact tracing and those questions that are on the checklist, we're definitely going to have to determine a quarantine/isolation date depending. Because if I'm positive, then of course, if I get my language right, I'm going to have to isolate. Is that right, Ms. Stephanie? Exposure means I need to quarantine. So again, depending upon how we complete that checklist, will determine which one of these two I need to follow. And Ms. Rao stated earlier, some of the guidance has changed about our quarantine and isolation dates. We have decided that we're gonna stick with the guidance that has been presented before, and I think it's 10 and 14.
Right.
And we may have to have conversations sometimes on individual basis to follow that updated guidance. So here are some more or additional guidelines when that staff member has tested positive. And so if you've got a staff member that is tested negative, we have the guidelines here when that person can return to campus. More guidelines about when a person has tested or a staff member has tested positive. So again, we have some folks that are gonna be sick or exhibit those symptoms and decide not to get tested. So we have our guidelines here that tells us when those folks can return to campus. It has to be 10 days since they first had a symptom, 24 hours without a fever and without fever reducing medicine, and their symptoms have improved. So we've shared all of this information with principals, and principals are well aware of how to handle these situations on their campus. We are not requiring documentation for a negative test. But we document all of our actions once that person tells us they're positive and or they've been exposed. And Mr. Brewer, the next couple of slides refer to face coverings. So every person on our campus, or all students in K-12 and all staff members are required to wear a face covering. We have one exception to that. Pre-K students are not allowed or not required to wear face coverings while they're on the premises, but when they are on a school bus, pre-K students must wear a face covering. So when we come back, if you're out visiting schools, then you see some little ones walking around, they're probably pre-K if they don't have their mask on. But everyone else will be required to have face coverings at all times. And here are our recommendations for cloth face coverings. They must be 2 ply and they must fit around the nose. Snugly around the face and chin. And we do have additional face coverings available at all of our schools and on the buses. So no point in time can a child say, well, I don't have one, and the school says, well, we don't have any for you. We have those out at the schools. Now, we do have a list of individuals who may be on campus that we're not requiring them to wear a face covering. And again, these we're looking at mostly our special needs population here, but again, it could be a situation where Ms. Stephanie's nurses are looking at that on an individual basis. And this is a big question that some of our folks are asking is, well, can I just do a face shield and not do the face covering? And the answer to that is no. Okay, we must, again, go back to the previous slides, must always have that face covering on.
Right.
Social distancing, principals are currently working and having conversations with their teachers, especially our high schools more so than our elementary schools, because we plan to bring kids back to test next week, what classrooms will look like with students 6 feet apart, and how those seating arrangements will look in each classroom. And like all of our schools are preparing for that, but our high schools are really on it, preparing for next week. We also understand that some of our special needs students, we're going to have to make accommodations for their wheelchairs, therapeutic seating, and other adaptive desks that will be in the classroom. So some of the other additional services that we're mentioning or schools are preparing for, child nutrition. We are not using our cafeterias at this point. Everything will be delivered to the classroom. So breakfast will be delivered and lunch will be delivered to the classroom, so kids do not have to leave the classroom and gather in the cafeteria. Child nutrition will also continue to provide meals for our students who are virtual. So while we have students in school, there will still be that option for kids to have meals provided to them like we're currently doing. Child nutrition staff have all been trained in COVID-19 safety protocols to work in the cafeteria. We have also provided PPE for our cafeteria staff as well. And also operations, and I've touched on this several times. After we got our initial round of PPE, we had some additional funding come through, and so we've ordered additional PPE, I think, Dr. Robert, through EC funds. And so all schools have all the PPE that they need at this current time, whether it was that was provided initially or through the additional funding that we received since the beginning of school. All of our custodians have been trained in the appropriate use of the chemicals and where to store those chemicals. And also, we have purchased several new items. The wipes that you see at the back, that's something new. Schools have foggers, we have the Clorox 360 machines. So we have used some of the CARES money to purchase additional cleaning supplies and machinery to help us if we have a situation. I think the question was mentioned earlier about signage. Signage is currently flowing into the district. This is an example of a sign, or this is the sign that will be placed at the main entrance of every one of our school buildings. We have signage for the 6 feet marking. We have signage for the no UWs that come from the health department. Wash your hands signs, so school is in the process of getting those ready for students to return. So one thing that for us may be different than what you may hear in some other counties, all of our schools are going to use the same signage so that everybody's uniform, and they are in what I would call PSRC colors, maybe a blue and a gold is what we ordered those in. And transportation, Dr. Guzman and his office is currently working on providing routes to, first off, to get our high school students on campus to test next week, and second, to get our pre-K3 students back. So we will have no more than 23 students on the bus, 1 child per seat. We're following the same protocols as recommended by the state.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Bobby, are you familiar with the presentation when we were talking before about the parent had to make a choice whether to come to on-site or stay, have school at home, be online? Now, is that still, when you made this plan, is that still the gospel, that they can't change their mind, the parents? If I'm gonna do online at home, I can't change my mind in midstream now? Is that still, when you all did this plan, is that what, you all still working at that hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wayne?
Okay, when these kids get started back face mask, will there be any time during the day that they will be able to take their face mask off? I mean, is it gonna be like a 30-minute, maybe 5 minutes off, or can you elaborate?
Yes, what we have instructed all of our schools to do is provide at least 3 face mask breaks throughout the day. So we are required to have a physical activity period for K-8 students, and it must be 30 minutes a day. So most of our elementary schools, what they're doing is chunking that in 10 minutes. So it's gonna be an opportunity for kids to get outside, take their mask off and walk. Now, again, it's not gonna be any of the normal activity you would think of kids going outside playing, but they still have to maintain that social distance. So at least 3 times throughout the day, mass breaks are incorporated in the schedule, but you also have breakfast, lunch, and any other time that the teacher would feel the need for students to have that break. And if we're not able to go outside, we can provide face mask breaks in the building if we have the ventilation, doors are open, windows are open. Again, we're not going to recommend 10 minutes, but it is going to be an opportunity for students to take their mask off.
Okay, Mr. Freese and then Mr. Gentry.
I wanted to address Dr. Emanuel's question about if a student says, I'm going to do remote learning and then changes their mind, will there be an exception? Yes. In fact, recently, I just had a gentleman ask if his daughter is remote now, and he wants her to stay remote until sometime in the end of January because he is in the armed forces. He wants to spend as much time with her before he leaves. Then he wants her to go back to school after his visit with her. So we just have to accept some things. And that's one of them.
Mr. Gentry?
When the students return for testing, will it be all at one time or on a staggered basis?
Should I address that in the testing update?
We have a testing update. We'll get that when we get there.
Okay. I've got another question too. I saw, I believe, 5 masks per student. The student will be responsible, obviously, for keeping up with his or her mask. On the way home, bring it back and all that. But I foresee going through 5 masks with some of them, unfortunately, very quickly.
And I think what most of our schools are doing, that was the allotment that was given to us by the state. So it's gonna be, that might be the reserve, and if a child comes in one day without one, that's where they would begin to get that replacement from.
Mr. Chairman,
Brenda?
Mr. Bobby, getting back to the bus routes, they will be sitting in pre-K up front, correct?
Yes. Yes. So we will follow all laws as related to pre-K and how they're transported.
Thank you.
Okay, and if we have situations, I think everybody's aware of the early college situation. If we have vans that are transporting students, there'll be no more than 2 students allowed in a van. Okay. And EC as well. Also in transportation, again, we've already stated that it's only gonna be 1 student per seat. And Dr. Guzman and his department is working on alternate routes to accommodate for daycares in the afternoon or daycares in the morning. And lastly, I want to highlight, we met, and I'm going to step back. We have met with all of our elementary school principals and all of our high school principals over the last 2 days. We have our last group. We have middle school, mostly middle school principals and our K-8 principals coming in tomorrow. And so one of the things that we have asked or required from every school is to complete a reentry plan. And in this plan, everything that we've addressed in our PowerPoint, schools have addressed those individual concerns based upon their campus. So this one, I decided to pick Roland Norman, and Dr. Bullard has a very detailed plan. And we are gonna also ask that schools place this on the website so if parents have concerns. Because I think when we first started doing this, the biggest question that came in my mind, how do we inform parents that we're keeping the child safe when they're on campus? Good deal.
Uh,
So I just want to touch on, this is Dr. Bullard's plan for car riders arriving on campus. So her first and second grade students are going to be dropped off at the front of the school. She's talking about her staff members. She's going to have 3 staff members there. The car is going to pull directly in front of the entrance. They're going to check the temperature and have that child go to class. She also addresses her school because in the past, parents have parked at the church and walked across the street and walked schools to the building. So now she is saying that can't happen now. So again, each school, and she has her kindergarten, and we can see here what I wanted to point out as well. She is also asking parents to bring their children at a specific time to address the traffic flow, so we don't have so the cars aren't backed up onto the highway. And she has her kindergarten and pre-K, and again, this is the same detail here about where those parents are gonna come and who's gonna be back there, or how many people are gonna be back there doing temperature checks. You can see she even has the directions. They're gonna turn on to 7th Street and then on to Summit. So again, we have been working with principals. I think they started this work about a month or so ago, maybe a little longer, of completing the plan. But tomorrow is our last day of reviewing those plans. with a handful of middle schools and our K-8 schools.
It's gonna be English and Spanish.
Yeah, and it will be both in English and Spanish when we place it on the website, so that we can, so that, our EL population can, address the plans as well.
Mr.
Again,
Priest?
if you were to scroll, I think Dr. Bullard's plan's about 30 pages. So every single thing that we mention in here, Dr. Bullard and her team at her school have gone through and said, okay, when a child gets sick, this is what's gonna happen.
Mr. Priest?
Mr. Bobby, thank you so much for going over this with them. We are ready, Mr. Smith. What you see in the plans or in Dr. Bullard's plan is what we are going to see in a video. Principals have been instructed to have videos of their school. We talked with one principal today, Mr. Jamal. He's gonna do the video inside and out because he has a breezeway or an area that he's going to tape off so that people will not come in that area. In that video, you're going to see your hand-free sanitizers. You're going to see the foggers. You're going to see the bathrooms. They have marked off the urinals. They have their seating. Some of the high school principals for testing, their first seat, third seat, fifth seat. They have done an excellent job of working on these plans. Just sitting here, hearing them talk about it, we're asking questions. The last thing I ask them, what do you need to open school that you don't have? We have stressed it. We have, I think, $3 or $4 million for equipment. We stress to them the importance, especially for our exceptional children's population, that have enough PPE equipment. Because every time you have to change a diaper and you go to another person to change the diaper, you've got to change that gown. Gloves. So we had a really good 2 days talking with the principals and them letting us know if they are short on anything.
And Mr. Chairman, I was at Townsend when Mr. Bobby came the other day, and I love seeing the nurse sitting in on the planning process and what all had to take place. I listened to everything. And it's really a very good plan. I do highly admonish you all what you are doing. And thank you.
Mr. Wayne?
This question was sent to me and I know the answer, so that way the audience can, people on Facebook can know it. In January, the high school self-contained, will they be starting back?
Pre-K 3 on. Pre-K 3 on.
Say it loud, so I know the answer. They're asking me to answer, so.
Yeah, pre-K 3 on.
Our current plan is, and we're working on bringing back pre-K 3 in January.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Freese?
No, that's.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah, we'll
Let me-
just-
Well, let me ask this question or see if there is any questions. The statement has been that we're coming back January the 6th. And that's where that is right now with pre-K through 3. And that's what we had approved. So my question, so that it's clear, is that what we're going to do? Or is there any discussion concerning that before we move on? Okay, I see 2 or 3 hands. Okay, Mr. Vontae, I'll send you first.
With the current situation, the current numbers, I think, we need to go back and relook at that date, that January 6th date. I think, when the numbers steady rising and stuff, I myself, I can't speak for everybody, I want the kids back in school. Education is very important, but I don't want to put the kids and stuff in harm's way. One kid death is enough on my conscience, and I don't want that on my conscience. Me sending kids in harm's way and know that the cases are steady rising, and we don't got an answer right now.
Mr. Henry, I'll send you and then Ms. Brandon.
whatever the majority vote is, I would like to talk about some concerns and some good ideas that some teachers talked with me about that made a lot of sense. If we look at the holiday, people gonna be going out of town possibly. You're gonna have group gatherings. The starting time, if we decide to bring the kids back, this is a if. If we schedule January 11th as a starting time, that's going to give 10 days from the holiday time to time school starts for the public to quarantine in a sense, in case there is a case or exposure. That was a concern. And another is open attendance and software in the power schools per class. And I understand there was some discussion with central office about that, but it was looked at as sort of like, well, that's a teacher responsibility. And I think it's a shared responsibility, but I think we should be working with our teachers in a way that's going to work better for all and not jeopardize their time with attendance issues, rather than getting the subject matter across in our studies.
Okay, Ms. Brenda, same yours?
Mr. Chairman, the concern that I've received from the staff also across the entire district was the holiday season. And if we do go back for reentry in January, to let it be anywhere from 10 to 14 days after January 1st, is what they said to me.
Mr. Smith, and then Dr. Emmanuel.
I'm pretty much like everybody else, but I know there's a lot of kids that you would never expect that are AB kids or a little above average kids. I'm just going to tell you that are failing. They're failing. Okay. It's sad to say, but we have to try to work, with the staff, also with the kids, to help them with some kind of motivational level more than anything. And I will be the first to say tonight that this might not sit well with teachers, parents, whoever, but it's the sacrifices that we know that once we start back to school that are going to have to be put out there. There should be no discussion with year-round school. Year-round school should be coming, because right now with kids that are being left behind, especially those in the younger areas, K through 4, could be 5, 6, whatever. We know they're falling behind. I mean, let's just tell it like it is. They're falling behind. And the only way to help catch these kids up or try to perform to some positive level is year-round school should be coming for a little while. So that's something that we need to start addressing, because when it hits, it should be you going to school every day. And I know it might not sit well with people, but we're going to have to do something to catch these kids up.
Dr. Emmanuel?
I want to address two things. To address Mr. Smith, his concern, there would have to be some changes in state laws to do that, because they've got regulations. And I agree with you, they need more makeup time. They've got regulations on when you can start, when you go, how many days you go. So that would have to come from the state to give you a waiver to go year-round. I mean, they would have to start it up there and come down this way. And I agree with you that the kids need to make up some time, definitely.
And and this is just me and her along with everybody, and I agree with you. I completely get that. But getting on this point right here, I've got a problem right now with kids going to school next week to take a test and they haven't even been in school.
Yep.
So if they can't go to school, they haven't been to school in the school taking a test.
I agree with you.
And the state needs to hear that, and I hope somebody on there is looking and not just from the state.
Can I address now the going to school?
Well,
I propose, and this is not a motion, but I would like to see us wait till the 20th, give us 2 weeks to at least get back in and see the Thanksgiving surge, and we won't see the Christmas surge. It may be that it gets, hopefully it gets better, but we just don't know. I would propose this to January the 20th. Isn't that 2 weeks from the 6th? Is that
2 weeks from the 6th, yes.
January 20th. And the CDC has changed some of the guidelines as far as how long you gotta be quarantined and blah, blah, this, and that, and the other.
That's that.
So that would be something I would like to see. Also, another thing along those lines, and it should have been, I guess, discussed earlier when the health department were presenting. We have some teachers who've already been isolated twice. And the question was asked of me, they've used are we gonna have to continually use our sick days every time somebody gets COVID in the room and we have to go be quarantined again? And I can't answer those kind of questions. I have no clue. I know they got so many days, and then if they keep being quarantined, are they gonna have to be docked for those days? And see, those are questions I can't answer. Somebody else would have to answer that. And then those are things that we have to discuss down the road. How do we deal with that, or can we deal with that?
Okay, let me say this, the 20th is on what, is that a Monday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay. And the date, the 6th is, what is that on? I don't have a calendar with me.
I don't know.
That's a Wednesday too?
Wednesday as well.
Okay, let me say this, and then you folks have talked, so I'm gonna talk real quick, because what I would have said, a lot of people said. I said the whole time, we need to be in school. And I feel like our children do need to be in school, without a doubt. I've had the experience, and some of you probably have, of tutoring, and I've seen the teachers, I've seen the students, and I've seen all of it. And it just don't work for everybody. Now, folks, I can sit here and talk about that for 30 minutes, but I have a problem with sending kids back. And that's why I waited, because I have a problem sending kids back January the 6th. And I don't know if I'd have a problem sending them back March the 1st, I'll be honest with you. But January the 6th, with what has been going on in this county and in this country, I have a problem. And the one example I used was, your kids were home with you this Thanksgiving. I cannot take the responsibility of sending kids back, and they're not here next Thanksgiving.
That's right.
I don't want to take it. I know I'm supposed to do certain things, but that's something that I cannot take at this time. And, if we have a motion to delay or do whatever, I will tell you, I will support that until I can see something later on.
Okay, clarification before you make the motion, Monte. When is our board meeting in January?
I think it's the 11th or 12th. 12.
That, if you say the 20th, this is just my reasoning. If it's so horribly bad, we may have to delay it again when we meet at.
That's right.
Yeah.
Reevaluate on the 12th.
Yeah.
Possible. Mr. Henry, Mr. Terry, and then we'll move on.
Mr. Speaker, also, this testing that Mr. Dwayne mentioned, it's coming up. Some school systems.
Not cutting you off, Mr. Wayne, Mr. Henry, I'm sorry. After this year, it's on the agenda. Mr. Bobby's gonna talk about.
Okay, that's suffice.
Okay. Mr. Terry, do you have a question?
Yeah, I think I was probably going in a similar.
He's gonna talk about, and I will just say, he will get to it, folks, but there are some state and federal mandates with this testing that, I'll be honest with you, we don't have no choice with, but he will share that when he gets there, okay?
I also wanted to add that I commend Mr. Bobby and his team on this plan. I think it's a wonderful plan. But at the same time, it seems like there are some of the steps that are involved here in terms of procedural and actual resources, training, the procedures and how it's going to take place on the ground. It's a good plan, but I'm not comfortable with it until we have all of that down pat. And, we're talking about some things are on the way and something like signage and that sort of thing, all of that stuff's not in place yet. And if I'm a parent, and I'm looking at this plan, it looks good, but I can't fully support it until I'm 100% sure that everybody's trained, all the resources are in place, all the signage is in place. So that's where I stand on the actual, going back face to face. And let me say once again that, as just a reminder, even though we're not in terms of the instructional delivery and then where we are now, even though it's not what anybody signed up for, I think, us as a board, I want us to embrace it, not necessarily embrace online learning forever. It's not optimal, but I think our language and our stance should be that we are in school now. If I was a state legislator, with all the funding that's been put out throughout the state, I would be kind of scratching my head saying, we've given you quite a bit of resources. So let's, we're thankful to the state legislator. So let's just try to start, using that sort of language and all rowing in the same direction that we're in school now. It's serious. The states in the country's mandating that we give these standardized tests. So what's going on now in terms of instruction is, based on their level, it's just as important as if we're going face to face.
Let me say, and then I'll get Mr. Bonte and Mr. Wayne. Mr. Bobby, what y'all have done, and I know there's a lot of people in here worked on this, I think it's outstanding, and we thank you for all of what's been done. But I'm gonna go back to what Mr. Mike said. When I'm asked the question by anybody, is this school ready to open? I want that question, the answer to be yes to every school, that the stuff's in and everything's ready. And not saying, well, we got this coming in, and I know a lot of stuff's been ordered, we got a lot of stuff in, and that's great. And I think what y'all been doing is great. But we do need to make sure all of that stuff is ready. So, Mr. Freese?
Ron will address that. I know that Mr. Bobby said the signage, some of it had not come in, but the schools already have signage that they made. If you walk into some schools today, you'll see signs 6 feet apart. We wanted to order signs that would be just alike. We will be consistent throughout the district. Now, those are the ones that we don't have all of them yet. But when you go to a school, you'll see that. And those videos, that's what I say is crucial. I want it shown what we have. When you see those videos, that will tell the story.
Mr. Wayne?
I was just listening to you, Mr. Craig, talk about, all of us getting back to school, and it is a touchy situation right there. And I just listened to Mr. Craig when he talked about, and of course, it's a little unnerving a little bit on what we talked about. And this is nothing against Mr. Craig, I'm just making a point here. But the state has mandates. Is a state mandate more important than a child's life? Because it doesn't take to walk in that school for one person to get it or that has it for it to spread. So I know the state has their mandates, but a life is more important than any mandate the state has. And I'll leave that there.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Brandon?
I have church members in Richmond County that are at a private school that has had the COVID twice. They've done well, thank God. And my concern is our staff, in particular, from the beginning. And if we were gonna have enough staff to be out there, the principals are saying yes, and a lot of the staff want the kids back in school. And I'm like everybody else here, I want safety first above all things. But one of the things that the staff did say to me the past 2 weeks is if we do have the reentry program to take place, to at least allow the 14 days beyond the holidays. a minimum of the 14 days, what they said. So I have to, as a grandmother with grandchildren in school, I've seen some stuff, I've had family members that have the COVID, but I do know there's gotta be a starting point somewhere for those parents that have opt-in for their children to go. I do think if we're going to do it, we need to also allow staff to have their rest and their reason to be at least 14 days beyond the holidays, or the 6 days like Dr. Emmanuel said. That's 6.
Fonte?
Mr. Craig, I'd like to go ahead and, I'll make a motion that, we delay the start of school from January the 6th to January the 20th.
Wait, to do that, first we need to set aside policy, because this is,
All right, I will,
not its information to start
all
with.
right, I would like this.
Mr. Craig, before Vontae or anyone makes a motion, I want to be sure that the option to continue virtual learning is still intact.
Yes, sir, that's there,
Yes.
yeah. Even if we come, anytime you come back, the virtual option is still there.
And it's tentative anyway.
So making the option, action item, okay. I
Okay.
would like to set aside policy to make it an action item, is that right? To delay the start of school from January the 6th to January the 20th,
2020.
2021.
That's second.
Have a motion,
Second,
21.
second,
Motion by Mr. Vontae, do we have a second?
second.
Have a second by Dr. Emmanuel. Discussions?
I don't know if we should say it like that or until further notice.
But that's gonna be tentative. That's a few
We
days.
could come back and look at it at that, January the 12th, meeting.
Right.
Okay,
Probably have to delay it again. I'm just want to put a date out there on it. We can't.
okay,
Right, that's right.
I would say putting a date on it does give parents an idea.
right,
Hopefully,
okay,
it still could be adjusted.
right.
Okay,
And like you said, you can go back, we got a
meeting.
January 12th meeting that we can
Delay it again.
look at it again if we need to.
What about February?
we have a motion right now. We have a motion.
The motion is
Second.
set aside.
Set aside
Let's deal with
policy.
that And then go back to
We have
the,
a motion to set aside policy, so, we'll try this. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Now, Mr. Vontae.
I would like to make a motion that we delay the start of school from January the 6th to January the 20th, 2021.
A motion by Mr. Vontae,
Second,
a second by Dr. Emmanuel. Okay, we'll try it again. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Now, testing update. Mr. Bobby?
we're going back to.
I'm sorry, we got to go back to finance. I've got it where I wrote here and can't see it. Let's do the Finance Construction Committee update. Take care of that. Mr. Lawson and Mr. Smith.
Me to go first? First thing we need to do then is, also like to make a motion to set aside, this is under information, I'd like to make a motion that we, move this to an action item.
Motion by Mr. Smith to move this discussion to an action item. Have a second by Ms. Brenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Two or three things talked about at the, construction and finance meeting on December the 1st. And I'd like to probably just do a consent if I could, because I think it'd probably be unanimous, I feel comfortable that it will be. First of all, the modular units at Townsend, we talked about moving some in or getting new ones. I think the discussion was to buy the new ones. I'd like to incorporate that. I'd like to incorporate the Shining Stars. I know, Ms. DeFreeze was talking to Miss Kelly Blue, and if she has any update about fixing the roof at Shining Stars, pending us being owners of Shining Stars. That's a hot spot that needs to be addressed. And then we talked about the other roofing jobs in the county that had a dollar amount tied to them. And I know Mr. Ernie's not here, but in those roofing, St. Paul's Elementary was a hot spot. I want to make sure that roofing and the other ones that had Deep Branch that had one, and Lumberton High, St. Paul's High,
Mr. Smith, it was, and we had a list of them, but I also asked Mr. Ernie to go back and look at Purnell and East Robinson. To incorporate those two on that list.
Right.
And to move forward with that list that was given out. And I have a copy of it in one of these folders.
yeah, I got that.
Got it?
But I got it, it's on that list. They're on there. They didn't have dollar amounts like you mentioned.
Right. But without,
And in the meeting, we talked about it.
without Purnell, from what I have, and I'm just calling numbers, without Purnell and East Robinson, we were at 978,000. Is that correct?
A motion from the chairman of the finance committee would be to incorporate all 3 or 4 of those subjects, the Shining Stars, the buildings at Townsend, and all the roofing, including the 2 that Randy just mentioned.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Smith to do all the roofing in the county, and a second by Ms. Brenda. And let me add this for information purposes, and then if we have something else. Did have a conversation with Ms. Blue, and the Shining Star situation, and Mr. Grady would get involved with it. People, there was questions about the legality of everything. But they did agree with the commissioners last night, if we paid the $90,000 on the roof, they would take care of the rest of it, and they would in turn turn that building and the Monarch building would all be turned over to us.
Let's go.
That's what I understand, Mr. Grady, they did last night. Now, sure, the paperwork and all would have to be worked out for that. And there is a group in that Monarch building, so we would become the owners of that. But again, that's the understanding I have from Ms. Blue, because that was one of the questions people wanted to know, where would we be at on that? So was there any other questions? Mr. Gentry?
It's Craig. I know there was some discussion at the previous meeting about some new construction for a field house at St. Paul's, at St. Paul's High School.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Gentry, let me say this, and I'm not on the committee, but this here is
We'll have another meeting.
this is the motion and the second for this now, to act on this, and then I think some comments could be made about those other things, because there was a lot of things on that we need to go back and relook at and maybe prioritize what we can do.
Exactly.
This seemed to be, I think, from the committee's viewpoint, the major concern was that Shining Star situation.
Right.
And the modular units and the roofs.
Right.
Mr. Gentry, we'll have another meeting probably the first part of the year and try to identify those projects, and we're still gathering information about construction and the sizes and all that stuff, so this is an ongoing thing. It's not gonna stop just right here. This is the pressing stuff.
Correct.
So
Great.
to be clear with the motion, purchase and set up the modulars at Townsend Middle School. I guess pay $90,000 towards the roof repairs, the Shining Stars building.
Yes, sir.
And the roof and the other facilities on the list to include Purnell Sweat and East Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
In that packet.
Yes, all of them, yep.
Yeah, that takes it.
There's
Okay.
some other roofing needs, but that includes what was in the packet.
It-
Correct.
They didn't have,
Sir.
there's a whole nother list that
Right.
St. Paul's High, but that was in the packet.
That's correct.
I think everybody understands.
Right.
Everybody-
Okay. That's the motion, and we have a second for that.
Yeah.
So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Anything else, Mr. Smith? Mr. Randy?
No.
Good?
Good.
And if you fellows come up with a meeting date January before we leave, we'll get it on here. Okay, I kept trying to move around, so let's go to the testing update. Mr. Bobby?
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent, your first want to provide you just an update of what is taking place in December. But first, I would like just to make this clear. Betsy DeVos, our current Secretary of Education, sent a memo out, and I think it was shared with everyone. I know it was shared with all of our principals in September, so that the public, Mr. Smith as well, can hear the reason that we are testing next week. And I'm just going to read a couple of sentences out of that memo. And she states, however, it is now our expectation that states will, in the interest of students, administer summative assessments during the 2020-21 school year, consistent with the requirement of the law and following guidance of local health officials. As a result, you should not anticipate such waivers being granted again. So I think there's been a lot of discussion as to the reason students may be coming back on campus next week as why they're there to take tests when they may not be for face-to-face learning. So just to let you know that the reason that that's happening is because currently our federal mandate says that we're going to do it, and also we have state mandates that are requiring that. So just to provide you some updates, we do have flexibility on when those assessments are administered. Typically, we would administer those the last 5 days of the semester, but the state is allowing us flexibility if as a public school unit, we don't feel comfortable bringing our kids back on campus. So I think it was in our 2 board meetings ago, we made a decision that teacher-made exams and non-state exams will be administered this week. So I would say half of our students have already taken those either yesterday or today. Next week, we had scheduled all EOCs, or end of course tests, and CTEs. Both of these, again, would be required by the state and or federal regulations. So in the meantime, what our high schools have done, they have used their reentry plan twofold. And that twofold reentry plan is, what does my school look like during testing? And also, what is my school going to look like when all of my kids come back, or if I come back on an AD schedule? So all of our high schools have reduced class sizes. They've reduced them down. Most of them have said they have no more than 10 students at one time in a classroom. Every teacher, every classroom will be utilized to administer a test so that we don't have 20, 25 kids in a classroom. Schools have, again, used their reentry plan to talk about how we're going to get kids off the bus and into the classroom. Breakfast will be in the classroom. Lunch will be in the classroom. Kids will stay in the classroom. There will be no movement throughout the buildings. So again, our high schools have worked hard thinking of all the different processes that they will need to get the kids back on campus next week. Our largest school, and we met with our largest 2 schools, Purnell Sweat and Lumberton High, we met with them today. Mr. Brooks's heaviest day is 3rd period, and if I'm not mistaken, he says he's going to have about 500 students on campus. Mr. Leviner's heaviest day is Monday, and I want to say he said he's going to have about 400 to 425. Now, there's scheduled kids. As we know, the likelihood that all of them are going to be there may not happen. So what we have done as far as our EOCs and CTEs that were scheduled for next week, we are giving the kids the opportunity to come on campus and take those. We do have a makeup window that, of course, will start January 4th. The January 4th, we're not providing transportation for those students during that window. We have also scheduled, if I'm not mistaken, the week of February 15th, again, for students who have not felt comfortable in January or in December, January, to come on campus. We are also in conversation with the principals about, because we currently have a policy that requires that 25% of the students' final grade. We are working with principals to kind of see how we can use that policy as a means to possibly not negatively affect children. And again, those are in conversations.
Question, Dr. Emanuel?
Mr. Bobby, will schools be penalized like before because I didn't test 95%? Will schools be penalized if they don't come and be tested?
And I apologize, I should have started this presentation by saying my famous quote, as of today, As of today, the answer to that question is yes. There's
Wow.
no reprieve from the 95%. During the last state board meeting, there were four, if I'm not mistaken, 4 items that were presented as amendments to the ESSA plan. And again, that would have to go to the federal government to get approval from them. And I do believe one of those was a waiver for the 95%, but it would take the federal government to approve that waiver. But again, as I stand here today, there's nothing out there from the federal government nor state that has said that kids don't have to take the test. It is not a requirement anymore.
Follow-up, schools will be penalized, children will be penalized. How will kids be penalized, i.e. placement or anything like that for not taking it?
Our practice previously to this situation has been if a kid does not participate in an exam, and this is teacher-made or anything that's required by the state, that child would get a 0. And now again, we have, when it comes to the state test, we are providing several different opportunities for those students to test if they do not feel comfortable during next week. And we're gonna have multiple opportunities before the school year ends. So I could technically finish my biology class next week, and depending upon how we determine when that child's test, it could be that child might not test until May. That is an option.
And Mr.
Maynard?
Chairman, oh,
I had his hand up first, didn't Ms. Brown?
Mr. Bobby, I don't know the difference between the federal requirement and the state requirement, and I'm not going to ask you to explain that at this time, but I think it's another issue. Some LEAs decided to move those dates back, and I think it's for, if you allow me to say, a political stand. And the reason for that, we got a new state superintendent coming in. That decision may be reversed because of all the virtual schooling that we're doing now. That it's going to be asked how sufficient or valued is that test with the type of schooling we're doing now. It's about like, why did we have 10 months of school and not 12 months before? It was to accommodate the farmer. Now, farming industry's all automated. So it's a different environment. So that might be something that we might want to consider as a board in making decisions on test dates.
And may I add, again, until the federal government says you're free, we're not really free. Until the federal government comes down and says, we're gonna apply this waiver, allow you to have another waiver, then there are things that even the state can't relieve us from. Now, some of the state mandates, and one of the things that was presented last week at the state board meeting was the relief of school performance grades, if I'm not mistaken. But again, that would have to go to the General Assembly. So again, there's a big web that's tied to accountability. It's just not kids are taking the test and it goes here. There's a web that between the state and the federal government, this web that's woven very tightly. So the first goal would hopefully be if the federal government says, we're gonna grant you a waiver like we did last year.
And also, Mr. Craig, I'm gonna add to what Bobby said. A lot of our monies we collect, we run our school system on federal monies.
yeah.
So they can clip our federal monies. If we are independent and wealthy, we don't want any federal monies, we might can set up our own whatever. But I don't know how much federal monies we get. Erica can tell you that, but we're under all these guidelines because we received that money.
Mr. Dwayne?
Y'all can probably tell I really love testing. But one thing that I have a problem with right here is just like what you just said, Dr. Emanuel, about federal government, and you know something, everything evolves around numbers. Everybody, well, our kids have to pass, and they, Okay, but this is what I have a problem with. Do you guys remember a couple years ago, those that were on the board or whatever, what's something that we had to put in place? A floor. Why did we have to put in a floor? You got what you earned. But they made us, help me out. Did we not have to put a floor in place to say a kid could not make below this right here? You could go sit in a classroom and sleep, and the lowest you could make in there was what? Y'all know a 50. But yet the federal and state wants to come in here and tell you what you can and what you can't do. But now you can't give a child below a 50 knowing that they didn't do nothing the whole semester. I just have to vent because I think it's very asinine.
Answer?
With our current situation, the test has already been constructed as if there were all in-building instruction going on. And going forward, Mr. Bobby, know of any effort or any think tank that may be assembled to adjust the construction of these tests to align with virtual learning?
I think I'm gonna go back to what Mr. Terry said previously. Our kids are receiving instruction. So again, I don't believe we're gonna have another test that's gonna represent whether kids are in the classroom or kids are virtual. So I've not heard of any conversation concerning anything where we're gonna adjust the test because we're in a virtual environment, because the expectation is whether you're virtual or in person, that instruction is taking place. Now, we know it looks different, but again, with the expectation is that those children are being instructed.
Same standards have been.
Same standard.
Same standard.
Same standards are gonna have to be taught whether 2 years ago, when every kid was in the classroom, or now, whenever 100% of our high school kids are participating remotely.
Okay. Mr. Henry?
Mr. Bobby, do you foresee of any problems or issues our system would run into if we move that testing date back, like we discussed here? We could make a decision at the next board meeting when we felt comfortable about face-to-face reentry.
First off, your number one issue is gonna be kids receiving their report card in the first semester, because again, we have a policy that says that all exams are gonna count a minimum of 25% of the student's final grade. So we could not assign those final grades to students. It could also create an issue where if I'm on that borderline of passing or failing and the exam grade may help me, then the principals are stuck in what class do I put that kid in for second semester.
Gotcha.
And again, we know because one of the reasons we kind of pushed the schedule prior to Christmas, the exam schedule, because we said kids lost over Christmas. So, and I know that that's always an option to push it back to January, February, or even March or May, if that's what we choose to do. But we have to, if we do that, we have to account for that loss. So again, we're in a situation where there's no perfect answer to say, do they come next week or we wait till February?
And Mr. Bobby, I add too, one of the reasons the calendar is like this was so our semester would end in December. And it might only be a handful, but we might have some kids that's ready to graduate. That would be graduating, ready to move on to an RCC or move on to four-year college in December. Ms. Brenda?
Mr. Chairman, one of the good things about, two things, is that we do have North Carolina School Board Association, that we have a lobbyist who are lobbying our legislators and everything, and they also deal with federal government. The other thing that makes me feel good and positive about our district is hearing our principals say, my students are going to pass.
That's right.
And they're saying they're going above and beyond to make certain that things are being placed that those students can pass the test. So that makes me feel good. And even if those that do fail, they have not failed, because they will be given another opportunity to succeed in that area, and I love that. That's what the principals are saying, so I'm gonna take them at their word, and the staff. I'm gonna go along with that, Paul.
Sponte?
Mr. Craig, we're hearing from Mr. Bobby, we're hearing from everybody. Me personally, I don't know the board, I think we should delay the test with the kids and stuff. I don't think, we've been put in a peculiar situation with everything that's been going on. Our teachers, our students, we're doing the best that we can. I mean, everybody, we just dealing with the hand that we've been dealt. And, I think we should delay the testing. That's just my opinion. I don't know what the board said, but that's my opinion. I think we should just delay the test after Christmas sometime.
Mr. Craig, may I add one final thought? Every test that was required in the fall, I've pushed it back to the spring.
You did?
So at some point in time, everything that we are backlogged on, if you want to look at it in that sense, we're going to have to catch up at some point in the spring. So I know we have our issues of bringing kids back on campus, and we can say we're hoping and waiting for that waiver, but there are several tests, and I would think one of the big ones, ACT, I think is scheduled for February 23rd. We have our EL population that we basically have a two-part test. They have our new students, and we typically average about 400 to 500 of those. They have to be screened and then administered the real test, and we have about 1,800 of those. We have work keys that's scheduled as well. So I know our primary focus right now is EOCs, but as we transition to that second semester, there are things that the state determines the window, and we are tight on those windows. And so there may be situations where, as Dr. Emmanuel alluded to earlier, if we don't administer ACT, there's that 95% penalty.
Right. That's the funding.
So there'll be a lot of testing right now that's all ready for the spring. It's already on there.
Yes, 'cause like I said, everything in the fall, because I knew our situation in the fall, everything that had a second window in the spring was pushed back to the spring.
Right.
Mr. Henry?
Mr. Speaker, if it's appropriate, I would like for us to give our new superintendent the opportunity to voice his concern and what he thinks.
It's a state rule.
Is that appropriate?
January the 1st.
January 1st.
I think Mr.
Case ask Mr. Freeze what she think. We just say, yeah.
Yeah.
Freeze, you want to give us?
Not doing state rules unless they get,
Mr. Freeze?
think we don't have a way. Of course.
Freeze?
I would like to delay it. We've talked about the stress that students are going through, and of course the teachers. But since we've had this surge, I'm concerned. We don't have the numbers yet from Thanksgiving. And I read, I guess a couple of weeks ago, that Cumberland County was delaying their test. Then I kept looking into paper and on the news to see if it had been done by Betsy DeVos or the state. That wasn't the case. In fact, I called a superintendent to find out if I'd missed something. But I had not. It was not a mandate given that we could, or a waiver. So I decided that day, and this is the first time I've mentioned it, that I would certainly recommend delaying the test.
I mean, now, Mr. Freese, I didn't understand what you said. So you're saying that you don't believe it's a mandate that we have to test? What did I miss?
Yes, no, it's a mandate that we test. I'm asking for the delay.
Oh.
You have to test,
testing.
you have to test, but you can change the date. The date does not have.
I understand, but I thought you said something about a mandate. What did I miss about that?
No, that was, it wasn't a mandate.
Oh, that we
could delay the test.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I apologize.
What do you think's appropriate then?
I think it's appropriate to,
When?
Yes.
When?
we would have to get with Bobby to look at our other dates to fit that in.
Y'all not agreeing, I know off your head over the testing and stuff I mean, teachers and principals and other ones would need to be involved in this right here. What do you think, Mr. Bobby, as far as trying to help get, because second semester is always heavy testing anyway, is it?
Yes, and yes.
So what's your opinion on that? I mean,
I think first off, your high school principals definitely need to have some input as to what might work for them. Because again, as I think Mr. Brewer asked if there were any technical issues that may arise. And the biggest one is finalizing those grades. So again, the longer we wait, the more difficult it's gonna be to possibly finalize some of those grades, finalize those grades for students. And if a student happens to fail, put them back in the class. So, whatever date we set, I've got to get permission from DPI in order for us to do this. It's not an issue. I just need to have a date that I can present to them.
Mr. Craig mentioned a good thing too about those that want to progress on that's graduating, that may hinder that process.
Well,
That's right.
Ms. Terry?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Graduation report.
email, we talked about the high schools having some input from a teacher from the high school. And that email reads, "Good morning, and thank you for your continued service. I would appreciate it if you and the board would reconsider testing next week. The spike in COVID cases scares me, and after being quarantined the entire semester, it frightens me to think we have been exposed just before the holidays, when we could spread it to our more at-risk family members. I think the option Cumberland County has decided on by testing after the holidays is safer. I know for nearly 20 years, the state tested after the holidays, and it was justified by boosting the tourism and economy. I do not understand why in the midst of a pandemic, we could not do the same. I trust your judgment, and I will be here either way out of my loyalty to Mr. Brooks, who has done a tremendous job here. But I would hope we do not have to do it. It also worries me that so many ninth graders who have never been on this campus will be required to come and test their first day. That's important.
yes, it is.
Thank you. I won't read the rest because it's so sweet.
I think some of them should be, you work it both ways. Those that want to take, because then again, you're going to put some of them I mean, there you go with what Dr. Manuel was talking about a while ago. So let the ones test that want to test now. And I know that there's not going to be a concrete answer that's going to fit all the needs, but listen, who wants to take a test in January after you've been on Christmas break? I mean, let's be real. You know what's going to happen there? As my teacher used to say, he said, Dwayne, you got an egg. You know what an egg is? An egg is a zero. Because I didn't perform well after going on break for 2 or 3 weeks. So I think we should give the options to the kids. I mean, you're this far along, you give them the option that who wants to take it. Then those that don't, you wait till after.
I like that idea too.
Mr. Chairman,
I know.
Ms. Brandon, let's,
hearing Mrs. Free speak in reference to our ninth graders, because we did we do the transition for ninth graders? We didn't do that this time either, did we?
no.
No.
So that is a major concern. However, I do think that decision need to be left up to the high school principals. Input.
Mr. Bobby, let me ask you to start with, can testing be done, a group this next week? Can you test the group next week that would want to come and then test the rest of them in January? Is that an option?
Yes, because that's currently what we have on the table now is next week would be what we would call our state window, the last 5 days of the semester.
Right.
Starting, the state allows for a 10-day makeup window, so starting January 4th until that next Friday is our makeup window. Students are only coming on campus by appointment only to take tests then. In the February 15th window, again, was by appointment only.
Okay.
Then what high school principals, along with everyone else, had discussed is after that third window, is see how many kids were still left out there, and then see what we needed to do at that point. Because again, the state's gonna allow us that flexibility within a window as long as I'm able to notify them and seek permission.
So it is conceivable that based on just the way the system is set up, to complete the first semester December, that we've actually got kids that first semester's completed, they're ready to come take the test and get it over with so they don't have to deal with it after Christmas. Just from the standpoint of testing. Now, we still got the problem with the COVID and people getting infected. That's still there. So, but if they do come and 200 don't come, there's opportunity to take the test after Christmas.
Yes, sir. We have the standard makeup window, and then we're offering them.
That opportunity is there. So that would take care if there's somebody that would be finishing school to move on. I'm not saying there is, but that would take care of it. Okay. Mr. Henry?
Mr. Craig, I'm glad you brought up the issue you did. I just got a text from a parent, says their child is pending early graduation, and they've offered a UCF entrance to Florida to play football, and it's pending on their grades. So I'm glad you brought that issue up as a factor.
Mr. Terry, and see if we can wrap this up and go on with a few. Mr. Terry?
Sir, you mentioned earlier, Mr. Bobby, about transportation, and I think you stated that Dr. Guzman was still working out some logistics on transportation.
Yes.
So that's for next week as well. So we're not, it looks like at this point, so it's Tuesday, we're not 100% on transportation for the exams?
When I spoke to Dr. Guzman yesterday, and Ms. Ford, I'm not sure if we have an update from yesterday. When I spoke with him on yesterday, he was still finalizing the plans for next week.
Do you think that'll present some, is it typical for it to be, at this time of the week for next week? Do you think it's perceivable that that schools won't have any trouble next week getting that together? Yeah, so what's the drop dead or the last possible day that he could get that to the schools and they be efficient with transportation?
That I can't answer. And again, like I said, I have not spoken with him today. But what we did do a survey to ask every kid, do you need transportation or are you gonna drive a car? So those kids that said, I need transportation, those are the ones he's working with. And it's not like running a regular bus route because he's got a group that he might have to bring on Monday. And then none of those kids will not have to come back the rest of the week. Then he's got a different group on Tuesday, a different group on Wednesday, and a different group on Thursday.
And do you feel comfortable that this is all good to go for next week for the high schools, this plan?
Yes, we met with every high school principal today, even our career center, and they have walked through this plan and they had to explain it to us, how kids were gonna get off the bus, where they were gonna be getting off the bus at, where they would check into, Ms. Brenda, to address those new students coming on campus, who would be there to direct them. Some schools have, like St. Paul's High has just math and science in one building. So when the kid gets off the bus, what test are you here to take? So this is the building you need to go to. So again, each high school has done something a little bit different, but again, it's all under that same premise of how you're gonna keep kids safe when they get on that campus.
My mind is going back to what Ms. DeFries said, our superintendent. I mean, her recommendation was to delay it. So that's kind of where I'm thinking, unless she wants to, change that or add something else to it. That's where I'm,
Mr. Chair,
and I'm headed.
Dr. Manuel?
I think you have exceptions. Let's like whoever received that, Mr. Henry had an email.
Yeah.
I can't see getting in the way of a student like that. I think you're almost gonna have to do some testing
That's right.
next week. And you got those early graduates, graduation students that have plans to go in service or whatever. You're gonna have to almost make that available. Somebody came up with the idea of having 2 testing days. Who was it? Somebody had that suggestion. It might be, you might have to involve the principals to see who really needs to be tested next week with those situations like that. I don't want to see any student get denied an opportunity because we canceling.
Right.
Give them an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fonte?
Mr. Bobby, for the kids that don't test, next week, will we still be providing them transportation? And we said another day, will we provide those students transportation?
No, we're not providing transportation for the makeup window. At the current moment, we're not providing transportation for the makeup window or the window in February.
That's a big.
And, you know, those have to be plotted.
Yeah, that's a big piece.
I'm not making light of the situation, and I'm not gonna say nothing else about it, but, it's our time, so I'm just gonna be funny a minute. The floor is at 50. You go by the guidelines right here that Mr. Bobby has to where you go to school and you walk through it and you get 20 points for that and you go home and you got a 70.
And Mr. Bobby, you made the comment, we're not doing buses right now. That could be looked at that time.
Okay.
Okay, it could be, but not planning right now.
Right.
Okay. Do we have a motion on, Mr. Freese gave her recommendation? What are we gonna do? Let's move on, I think.
I think we need to consider, have an option for those kids that will be leaving us in January to be tested in this month.
Okay, if we do something, if we need a motion here now, and we do, I think, we would need to set aside policy and act on this, because this is under information item.
I make a motion, we set aside policy,
You need to let them.
action item to vote on tonight on testing update.
That's sufficient. Okay, motion by Mr. Henry, second is by Mr. Mike Smith. Okay, now, what's gonna be the motion of which way we're going? Mr. Henry, you gotta make.
Make a motion that we offer two testing dates, with, a choice for those that need it for early testing, and also for those that it's okay to take it at a later date.
Second.
Discussion.
Okay, motion by Mr. Henry, we have a second by Dr. Emmanuel. Discussion, Mr. Bonte.
I just want to, I don't have no problem, no issue with that, but the only issue I have is we need to come back and talk about the kids we're gonna need to provide transportation for the kids that's not gonna come. I don't think that'd be fair if we don't. We have to go back and offer some kind of transportation to those kids.
We can do that at the next meeting.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
May I address Mr. Vontae in your discussion? I agree with you, Mr. Vontae, but I don't think we can offer it if they want to come 10 different days. I think we need a set day.
No, I'm saying, no.
Offer it then.
Yes, ma'am, a set date.
But the motion's on the floor.
I agree with you on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr.
There
Bobby.
are ones that they could take it out of too.
Bobby, I have a question also. If we go with that second date, it's okay to ask at this time. We go at the second date, that is something, the dates is probably already there. That you were looking at for makeup, that's what you would be looking at for the second date. So those dates are already there. They
So
could,
let's incorporate that.
and we'd be doing it, okay?
Mr. Chair, can we go ahead and incorporate those dates into my motion?
You would need to have a motion, have it redone, because we didn't vote on it, right, Mr. Grady? Just add the dates.
Yeah, just
Just add the dates.
Yeah, incorporate the dates, Mr. Bobby, whatever they are. That way we'll know up front when the kids have a chance to make a decision.
Bobby, you have those dates?
Yes. Our makeup dates are January the 4th. These are already scheduled. January 4th through January 15th.
40, no.
Okay.
Good night.
That's after the surge.
And the ones before is what dates? December what?
That would be next week, December 14th through the 18th.
We won't be in school. We
But we want to.
Fourth is not gonna be
we
good.
won't be in school.
That 15th.
Fourth would not be a good date at all.
15th, definitely, no, we're not coming back. Doing that board meetings on the 12th. See if we're gonna come back to school.
So it's not gonna go along with that.
Send the kids.
Oh, this just.
In that window.
Okay, folks, we have a motion and we had a second for the testing. Testing is available next week for those that choose to come take it. And then if you don't take it, the makeup is January the 4th through the 15th.
One question, Mr. Craig. Dr. Guzman has made his arrangements to pick up these students for the ones that's coming. I mean, how are you gonna do that? I mean, because he's already setting up his bus routes
That's right.
to pick these kids up. Now, if they don't come, you're burning it. And I just want to add to that. And I'm ready to go back to school too. I am. I have a lot of people asking me. But I do want to say this. I know we're bringing a lot of issues into it, folks. And it's not worth losing one child over. I understand that. But have you been in the town of Lumberton today and seen how many young people are at Walmart or Lowe's or at the grocery store? That's all I got to say, Mike.
But if he's a county.
Mr. Bob, let me ask, as far as they're working on, I know they're working on the bus routes, but now, what's your opinion as far as if we come in here doing this way? These folks are coming next week, and if they don't come, then you deal with them afterward. Is that going to be an issue? Because you'll know after next week who has not come.
Fourth won't be good.
That's correct. And what the high school principals, when the discussion was made that if a student does not come initially, that child's gonna get an incomplete because we're gonna, again, allow that student the multiple opportunities to come back until those opportunities run out.
So we've took care of the kids that really need to graduate and get their stuff finished in December. And the other ones can go from there. Dr. Emmanuel?
Mr. Chair, for the 4th through the 18th, we will not be in school because we just voted to start January 20th.
That's just pre-K through 3.
Okay, you're talking about the high school.
This is just testing.
Okay, I apologize.
Through 3.
Thank you.
Mr. Gentry?
Craig, I got a follow-up to that, though. With that array of dates, are the students going to be responsible for their own transportation to come take the test?
Well, right now, we said there was no transportation. They said they would look at it. But right now, there is no transportation, but it would be looked at. Ms. Erica?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to follow up on what Mr. Gentry was saying and what Dr. Emmanuel alluded to. I know our transportation department is willing to do what they can to help children, but it is not feasible to have all the high schools in a 10 to 15 day window set up bus routes for any child that could or could not take an exam during that time. It's got to be narrowed down to give them some scope of feasibility to be able to make that happen. That is a lot to ask of anybody.
Mr. Bobby, is those,
excuse me. Not one day.
Vontae?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It can't be the whole 10 days.
No,
Bobby,
he said one day.
is it January the 4th through the 15th, or is January the 4th and January the 15th?
4th through the 15th.
4th through the 15th, and let me explain that window. Dr. Emmanuel made a good point. Students would not be on campus technically on the 4th and 5th, but the state designates the window as 10 working days. So when teachers step foot back on campus, or whatever our first working day is, whether teachers come back or not, that starts the clock at day 1. So that's why I say the 4th through the 15th.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Brandon?
I'm heavily concerned about us coming back that 4th through the 15th because I have a greater surge than what I am right now. But for testing, I really would love the input from the principals and the staff on this before I even vote that way, because I would rather it happen. I do know this here. The bus drivers that's gonna be doing the routes, because I said in the meeting, they're having to take different routes now because of the students that they will be putting on the buses. The bus drivers don't have the same routes they have. So this has been really hard on our staff trying to come up with routes. They're working very hard and diligently to came up with the plan that they currently have. Randy made a good point about concerning the buses. I too think, should be able to pick up our students. And I know we're in a heavy dilemma right now, but I feel more comfortable with them taking the test next week than I do them coming through the 4th to the 15th.
Okay, let me ask this question, and Ms. Erica, this is the you and with Mr. Bobby, just throwing this one out. If we're gonna go with the testing next week, you got the window already there for the 4th through 15th. Scheduling buses, again, that length of time, I'll be honest with you, would almost be impossible. Can you still keep the window for the testing then and say, okay, to give Dr. Guzman time, that we would do bus transportation if it was the 13th through 15th, or do it the 14th through 15th, and those kids that come there and took the test, they're taken care of.
That's right.
I'm just asking, would that be taking 2 or 3 days and putting it at the very end? Is that possible? Because the kids that test next week would be taken off to start with. And then they could find, if you got a kid that don't have transportation, that gives them time to the end of the testing window to say, okay, we'll provide it for you these 2 days, and you gotta wait till this time to get the transportation. 3 days or whatever, instead of looking at that whole window. I'm just asking, would that be feasible at all?
And I'm not sure because Dr. Guzman is still working on the pre-K 3 route.
Right, okay,
Now,
and,
what I would say as well, especially when that date has got pushed back to the 20th, it's a lot, and I wouldn't want to speak for Dr. Williams.
right, that's, yeah, I understand that. Mr. Vontae?
I got to ask, is there a possibility that we could get, Dr. Guzman or Mr. Guzman on speakerphone? Because it look like there are a lot of questions and a lot of them dealing with transportation. I just want to ask.
Normally, I don't know that that's done, but I'm gonna say this, if we're gonna go ahead and vote to do the testing next week, now, I'm fine with doing the testing next week, having that window, and having a conversation with Dr. Guzman to see what can be done.
Right.
I mean, we can't get to it, get it done, not see what, and if it can be done, let him do something, and if it can't, then we move on, and there's a possibility they would have to provide transportation.
Okay.
It's a possibility. Work?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Henry, we moved it to an action item. I'm gonna ask you to make the motion again.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we make our testing date, December 14th through 15th as it is stand. And, with an option that students can take it
14th through
14
18th.
to 18,
what'd I say?
15.
I'm sorry, 14th through 15th and then 18th. And January 4th through the 15th.
A motion by Mr. Henry, have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Emmanuel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
Mr. Craig, I'm sorry. We also had the window in February.
Oh, okay, that's bad.
Address that tonight as well.
What's the February date?
What's your February dates, Mr. Bobby?
The 15th through the 19th.
I like that, yeah.
Okay, I like that.
We could have just jumped over to January date then, went to
Yeah,
February.
February, I like that better.
I mean, that would give Mr. Guzman more time with.
Yeah.
I like that.
See where that is.
February 15th.
I like that better.
I'll make a motion to modify that motion then to the February date.
I like that better.
Second.
Make a substitute motion.
We voted on that.
So,
He amended his motion.
Bobby, just to be clear, is it the same testing the 4th through the 15th of January as February the 15th through the 19th?
Same case.
It's just different windows of opportunity?
Right,
I like that better.
right. We just modifying it to 2 times.
Just do a motion to reconsider your motion that just passed to substitute February dates for the January dates, if that's what you want to do.
Mr. Chair,
What's those February dates again?
15th through the 19th.
15th through the 19th.
15th through 19th? Okay.
Transportation gonna be provided next week?
Yes.
Next week, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Henry?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to make a substitute motion of correction to change the dates from January to February the 15th through 19th.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Henry. I need,
Will you still?
Second.
I need the second with Dr. Emmanuel, okay? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Bobby.
Good job.
Okay, Ms. Freeman and Ms. Godwin, the Kate B. Reynolds grant.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, and board members. At this time, I will yield to Ms. Goodwin, who is our recruiter, and she will provide an overview of the KB Reynolds grant as well as the contracts that she will be.
Buenas noches.
Delicious.
To the chairman, to the superintendent. I am going to explain a tiny little bit about the program. Can everybody hear me okay? The Migrant Education Program is a program that serves children whose parents work in the fields or processing plants. Our mission is to assist MEP students to meet high academic challenges by overcoming the obstacles created by frequent moves, educational disruption, cultural and language differences, and health-related problems. 95% of the students I serve are Spanish-speaking. The KB Reynolds grant we've received, and it has a health-related focus. Movement and nutrition play a very important part of one's health and well-being. The KBR grant that we received addresses the following. MEP families and their students work on movement, healthy foods, lessening the chance of developing food-induced diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart conditions due to sedentary lifestyle and poor food choices. We received the first KBR grant in July of 2020 in the amount of $82,500, and we're scheduled to receive a matching amount in July of 2021. The funds will be used to enhance the migrant ed program. We will involve the community at large to facilitate acceptance of the MEP students and families by the community at large. The development implementation of curriculum that include the walking classroom, which is a podcast system in case the students can't access the internet, they still will learn. The adaptation of the Med-South program developed for public use by the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Translation of that curriculum into Spanish so the parents can understand the materials provided in the binder, and group movement sessions that address both physical and behavioral well-being of students and their families. And these are the things that the contracts will address.
Okay. We have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, do we need to vote on this, or this is just information only?
Is this something we need to vote on tonight?
The contracts, yes, sir.
The contracts? Okay. I have a motion to move this to an action item.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Makes the motion. I have a second with Mr. Henry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Approval, Mr. Chairman, of the KB Reynolds contract tonight.
Motion by Ms. Brenda to approve this. To have a second?
Second.
Second with Mr. Henry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Never need to be nervous. Thank you. Did a good job. Good job.
Thank you for coming.
Dr. Robert?
Katie Reynolds grant.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, board members, we have 3 contracts, 2 part-time psychologists and 1 physical therapist. Mr. Grady and I have reviewed those, and we have some minor adjustments, but he said we could go ahead and approve those, so I just need the board to set aside policy. and approve those for us tonight.
Move approval, we set aside policy, Mr.
Second.
And Mr. Brenda, motion, Mr. Randy, second to set aside policy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, Ms. Brenda.
Move approval of the psychologist contracts, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brenda and second by Mr. Randy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you, Dr. Robert.
I did have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Eve. Yes.
What is the modification on contract?
Just a couple items we're gonna tweak in there.
No pay or nothing like that? Okay, fine.
Okay. This deep branch easement agreement, Mr. Grady, I will refer that to you.
That's an easement at the campus of Branch, and if you'll look at it, the law gives you a right to give a public utility an easement, and this is going to a public utility, Lumbee River EMC. And if you look at the very, Big Branch Road, they're talking about putting a, encroaching 10 feet with a pole and an anchor at the very corner of our Big Branch property with the adjoining property, the Howard Brooks Family LLC property. They're just trying to get, electricity down on the backside of their property. So it's just a 10-foot encroachment with a pole and an anchor.
Mr. Chairman, move it to an action item,
Second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Mike Smith to move to action item, a second by Mr. Henry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Second.
By Mr. Smith, second by, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Action items, policy update, Mr. Gentry.
The board approved the adopting first reading of 13 policies, proposed policies on the November 10th meeting. They were approved for first read on November the 10th. Those same policies are up for a second reading at this meeting.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Move that they be.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Brenda made a motion that this is approved. Mr. Randy, motion to second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, financial report, Ms. Erica.
And Chairman, Mr. Lowry, Dr. Wooten, congratulations, Dr. Williamson. Merry Christmas to everybody. The financial report, I put on everyone's desk a copy of, as I have the last couple meetings, of the COVID-19 funds. I did want to point out that we learned right before Thanksgiving that the state is going to allow us to transfer funds between all those state COVID PRCs. So we had a meeting on the 7th, Mr. Freese and the cabinet to discuss what our options are. As we've been talking about all along, it was kind of hard for us to spend PRC 125 because we're still operating in a profit due to our CEP status. What this means is we can transfer funds out of 125 into other PRCs, and we now have developed a plan where we will spend all of those COVID funds by December the 30th.
That's good. That's good.
And I have included that in that, and we'll give you the final versions of that once we get to the 30th. I have also heard that the states are requesting an extension of that deadline, but as Mr. Bobby said, the phrase is, as of today, December 30th is still the deadline. So we have a plan in place that will be executed prior to us leaving for Christmas.
Okay.
I can answer any other questions anyone has.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Smith made a motion to approve. Mr. Randy to a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Andy woke up, didn't
And I will bring the amendments for the projects that were approved tonight at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Freeze, stand up. Stand up. I've been waiting for this all night. This is presented to Ms. Lois Tandy Freeze in appreciation for dedicated and unwavering services to the public schools of Robertson County as intern September the 9th through December 31st, 2020. And we thank you for all you've done. There might be a few people here that have some comments too.
Oh,
Going around, everybody.
Yeah, we need to get this.
Start listening.
I'm listening.
Tell them.
Oh, man. She just wanted to cry. That's my clothes.
Yeah, I'll tell you, tell them.
Everett, Rodney, come on, Papa Ray. Mr. Jerome.
Come on, Jerome.
Y'all had that kid over there.
Leave you always left out.
I know, you're being behind the camera.
You do one of those delayed
Come on, everybody.
Tell Craig you gonna leave back there hiding him out since you always left out.
You know you sure people.
All right, everyone, look.
See Mr. Till down there?
1, 2, 3.
They saw me. As a free set, make sure that
Nice, girl, that ain't good. Put it in the
I have
car.
my moments. Oh, yeah. You got that thing's, that's nice there.
Yeah.
Freeze,
Yes.
to make comments, I want to be straight up and honest.
Say. Put them in. Come on, go ahead, just here.
I want to be straight up and honest with you. Had my doubts to start with, but I knew you were a fine lady and you have done a superior job. And I have numerous comments from teachers, principals, community, that were well pleased with your leadership. And I can honestly say that if you would have stayed on and would have served to the end of the semester, I think the communities would have been satisfied. And Mr. Williamson came on, we got the opportunity to interview him. We saw him as a great asset. We knew if we didn't grab him, somebody else would. But I just want to say personally, thank you for everything you've done.
Mr. Craig, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Lois Dean for doing an excellent job in this little short time frame. A lot of ground in her time frame as far as bridging the gap between the administration and the staff and bringing everything forward and for Dr. Williamson to make an easy transition for him to make that, to come on board. And she done that at a reasonable price.
Mr. Mike, before somebody else goes, let me address something on that reasonable price. Reasonable price. It was stated a while back, a few months ago, about her being paid out of local funds and what have you. I got the call or text last week. Her salary's been covered with our state allotment of funds for administrators, so there was no local funds used, and I just want to make sure everyone does know that. And I thank her for what she's done. I didn't thank her for calling me in the mornings at 8 o'clock. That's, whatever, but, she told me to start with it was gonna happen, but she came on and, as she said, she's bridged the gap and done an outstanding job, and so.
Exactly.
We are very appreciative. Thank you. Seen some other hands. Miss Melissa?
I want to say, with all sincerity, it has been my privilege to work under your leadership. As another person, I was worried. I said, oh, gosh. But Mr. Priest, it has been an honor. It's been a pleasure. You came in, you knew there were things that needed to be done, and you got it done, almost in the same day. Things that came up, we actually completed. So I just want to thank you for everything that you've done for us.
Dr. Robert?
To echo that, Mr. Freese, and you've heard me say this many, many times. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your organizational skills. I told her we think so much alike because she believes in, hey, time on task, let's get the job done. And I'm going to miss those 8:30 sessions with you every morning because I'd look at my clock and said, oh, God, it's 8:35. I'm going to be late. You never gave me a good chew-in, and you were always polite. So thank you.
Jennifer?
Mr. Freese, as I've shared with you many times, I will share with the board, you are a blessing, you are a gift, and as I shared with you many times, you've made our leadership more valuable to us, and we can't thank you enough. And again, God bless you, take care, we expect to see you. I'm trying to write you something in Title I if possible. So thank you for everything that you've done.
The Gentry and then Dr. Manuel.
And I'm at the Dr. Manuel. Or at the cousin.
Mr. Priest and my careers intersected many years ago at Lumberton Senior High School. And my late wife was considered you one of her dearest friends. Y'all were English teachers together. And she'd always come home talking about low esteem. And it was always in a very positive way. And when I came over and joined the faculty at Lumberton Senior High, I always found a listening ear. No matter what was going on, you would find a moment, even if it was just a moment, to hear what and I know that didn't apply only to me, it applied to everyone else. And the same thing here. And when you're in an organization, you know, often you find out about things through the back door. That did not happen with you. You made sure everybody knew ahead of time. You had our backs, like you said, and you really did. And I think I know we all appreciated that.
Dr. Manuel?
Mr. Freese, it sounds like an obituary, dude. I want to thank you for the Weed Backing team. I really appreciate what you've done for the boys and girls and for the morale of the system. We have a good school system, and I think you have made us take another look at how good it really is. And we're proud to have had you here, and we don't hope that you disappear, that you hang around and aggravate Dr. Williamson's.
Dr. Emmanuel, we're writing her in Title I, Dr. Williams. I'm
Monte?
I'd like to thank Mr. Freese for her leadership. You know, when we voted, you know, I voted against it. She called me, she let me know that. She said, our first conversation, hello, Vontae, I know you voted against me, but I hope we can work together. But in all seriously, you know, thank you for the job that you have done. You know, when we need something done or something went wrong, you did your best and you went out your way to correct it. And you did it that day. And I just wanted to say, I thank you for your leadership. And I hope you got us headed in the right direction for Mr. Williamson to take us, Dr. Williamson to take us on. And I thank you.
Okay. Ms. Patty?
I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Freese. I have really enjoyed working for her. We've worked together before. And I just want to thank her for bringing heart back, a heart. Because in order to be a leader, you've got to have heart. You've got to be able to love people. And that's why I thank you for it.
I normally keep my mouth shut. But I'll say this. You're just the person that I told some other folks that you would be. So you validated everything I
said about you, thought about you, you're a class act. And by anybody's measure, you're a class act.
Ms. Brenda?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. DeFreeze, you know, I don't call you much. I may have to start calling you a lot. But the day that I made that motion that got me not north, south, east, and west was the greatest motion I believe I've ever made since in the 24 years I've been on this board. Not only did it open up doors of opportunity for the public schools of Robeson County, it made the board be looked at by the whole state and DPI and received remarkable comments that's just heartfelt. And to sit here tonight, and I cry sometimes, y'all, but to sit here tonight, Dr. Williamson, you know, I told you, Lord, said you'd be alone here, didn't I? And that wasn't, we hadn't talked about this here, this was a couple of years ago. But I knew what God's plan was for the public schools of Robeson County. But to sit here and listen to our staff, our cabinet members, and our staff say what they say, it's touching. It was very touching to see this board vote unanimously for Dr. Williamson. And I can truly say I am thankful to be the product of Robeson County and to have been a 24-year veteran school board member on this school board tonight, because each of you touched my heart. And Ms. DeFreeze, I will never forget you coming here to make a difference in the lives of not just board members, but our district wholeheartedly. God bless you. And tell James, don't put you on that golf course.
Mr. Terry?
I'm gonna be honest, when Ms. DeFreeze came, kind of at the last minute, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30, I was, you know, when a couple of weeks later, I was just still scratching my head trying to figure out, like, why in the world would she want this job, you know, at this time, you know, and for, you know, going back to what Mr. Mike said, that's such a reasonable, it's such a reasonable deal. But the only thing that I could come up with is that she really had a love for the system and a love for children. And I echo everybody's sentiment when I say that I definitely appreciate your service to the public schools of Robeson County. It's almost been, it was a godsend. You've done a wonderful job. And it's almost like, I feel like you're almost a volunteer or a missionary, because you just came at the right time, and everything's worked out, and I think you've laid the foundation for Dr. Williams to come in and hit the ground running. So thank you.
John?
Mr. Frace, I want to say thank you. Like Vontae, I voted against you, but when you got here, I knew you all my life just about, and I knew what you could do, and I really appreciate it. I'm like Mr. Craig, I'm gonna miss them early morning calls. And John, this is what we need to do and stuff like that. But the main thing I ain't gonna miss is going in your office and had to sit by you outside your desk like I was back in school. But I really appreciate all the things you did for the school system. I heard a lot of good things. You turned it around, and I really thank you.
Mr. Randy?
I'm the same as Vontae and John. Mr. Priest, you know that I didn't support you, and I told you, I said, you're our interim superintendent. And I said, we've worked together before and we'll work together again. And, we've been friends, and we're gonna remain friends, through it all. And I say, Mr. Craig, that when I first came on the board, I was Mr. Freese's boy. And then Craig come on and took my place.
That's right.
That's why you've been mad with
the meetings together. We went to conferences together. I drove her. I said, it's like driving Miss Daisy. Whatever she wants. And, but I appreciate, Mr. Freese, your years of service, and Mr. DeFreese's. I appreciate both of you, being in the public schools of Robeson County. And, if you need me, you know where I'm at. And later on, I do have one little more surprise for you.
Okay.
But I'll let you know about mine.
I've had this sitting up here all night, and I thought she had seen it a couple of times. But she did call me early too, John. But see, I didn't get the phone because my phone would be cut off. And I would see where I missed the call, so wouldn't make the call back. Ms. Erica?
Mr. Freese, you know, I've known you all 20 years that I've been here, and I appreciate every one of those, every conversation, every phone call, every email. I thank you for getting us where we are at this point as our system moves forward. And again, thank you. And it's time to enjoy yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bobby?
Craig, I want to say thank you to Mr. Freeze. It's been a pleasure the last is it 6 months? How long has it been?
A year.
But I can say that Mr. Freeze, I have to go buy a couple of new pairs of shoes since you've been here. I've worked. And again, I appreciate everything you've done over the last couple of months to pull it together and get us ready to get kids back. Thank you.
Anything else?
The thing is, Craig, I think she's had fun too. That's the whole
Okay.
thing about it.
Yes, I just have
She's
to
enjoyed
stand
herself.
up here.
Wait a minute before you talk, Lately, I do have to tell this story. She came in on a Wednesday, and I think by that Friday, there were 7 people had moved to new offices, and they were smiling when they was doing it.
That's right.
But I came down here that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I stay up late. I didn't that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And my feet hurt, and it was like I was a principal again. She had me walking, but thoroughly, if you came down here, she enjoyed herself. And another sign of the enjoyment is what we've done the last 30 minutes.
Yes.
That's right.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of you for those kind words. They were all true. It has been a pleasure coming to work every day. There hasn't been a day that I didn't enjoy it. Sometimes when I would go home, my husband would ask me, what did I do today? I said, I walked and talked. And that's basically what I enjoy, walking and talking, building relationships. And to this board, I am so proud of you all.
Amen.
Every one of you. When I ask for something, I say, I'm in a dilemma. And I get a unanimous vote on everything I've asked for since I've been here. And that's remarkable.
It is.
For the public schools of Robeson County.
Yes.
Continue to be united. I've watched you a lot from the first board meeting that I attended. There was a strained relationship from this board. But for the last 2, I've seen a team.
Amen.
And that's what I want you to continue to be, a team for the public schools of Robeson County. The young lady tonight who came with the little boy, I received that email on a Saturday morning. And I saw it, and it just brought so much joy to my soul. I told my husband, I said, look, you're gonna have to look at this. I said, when you hear complaints about what is happening in the schools, but to see this, it makes it all worthwhile.
That's right.
That was precious to me. I took this job and it wasn't about the money at all, because I've got plenty of money. I'm teasing. But it's about children. And when I say children first, that's what I mean. Children first. Thank you for letting me serve and being so kind to me, all of you.
Thank you.
Want to say something about this cabinet. The first day we met, I walked in, you know, I like to kind of strut around a bit. And I walked in and I told them, I said, now, I did not come in here with a hit list.
Right.
We're starting new and fresh. And we're going to be a team. And that's what they've been very helpful to me.
Awesome.
Right.
You know, when you go into a job like this as superintendent, you get about 45 emails in the morning and you don't know which is which to trash. Every day we had those 8:30 meetings, that was for me. Ask about those emails. Do I keep this? So thank you. You're very special to me. All of you are. Again, thanks.
Okay. Randy,
All right, I move that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1, and to consult with the attorney retained by the board in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County. North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 3.
motion by Mr. Randy, second by Mr. Vontae. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Let's take about 10, 15 minutes. Okay, we have a motion to come out of closed session.
Motion come out of closed session.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Vontae to come out, a second by Mr. Brewer. Motion for approval of all certified and classified personnel.
I make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Henry to approve personnel. Is that as amended? We need anything since we had
As amended.
as amended, of course.
Yes, as amended on,
The name's different, but
Nothing was amended.
okay. Motion to approve, the,
Close.
personnel, by Mr. Brewer and, Mr. Vontae a second. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Any against?
Move approval of closed session minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Brenda, I move to approve closed session minutes. Second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Gentry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, couple of other statements. Mr. Randy, I think you wanted to, you had something from Lowe's?
Just to give you a quick update, Lowe's Home Improvement in Lumberton, feeling some holiday cheer and donated $1,800 to the Career and Tech Center today. And I asked Mr. Freeze if Lowe's could come up with any more funds, with some mulch to go here at the central office, once they get the driveway and stuff, but this stuff has already been built out. So there's like $500 worth of mulch coming to you, Mr. Freeze.
Thank you.
And you got to find a place to put it, preferably around the bushes.
You got a place.
Saying that, back in February, Lowe's donated, it was $5,000 of product
Right.
to the Career Center. And I'm just proud to work for a company that supports locally, that gives back to the community. Lord knows that public schools, Robeson County needs it in all ways. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Lowe's Home Improvement. If you see Mackie Singletary, the store manager, he came to me and asked me about this. And I told him, thank you for the generosity. And we appreciate all that the public schools does for our kids. And we just thank you for letting us give back.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Randy.
We want to invite him back to our board meeting so that we can present, they've done a lot for this school system.
They have.
To give them something to honor them.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze.
Okay, Mr. Henry, you have a comment?
Wiki manufacturer.
Yeah, well, we'll just put them on the agenda. And I will make the comment, I don't know if you folks have seen on Facebook, Quickie Manufacturing has been donating a lot of mops and cleaning supplies to schools. And found out from Mr. Henry today, they basically have hit every school in the county.
They have.
So, we're gonna try to bring them back in January and recognize them for what all they gave, because it's been a considerable amount.
Yes.
Okay, I need, Ms. Brenda, stand up.
Yes, nurse Rose.
Ho, we don't want none of that yet right now. We still being recorded. Just hold on. Then I'll let you do that. Okay. I just, given this information, and I did see something the other night, but, let me read this. Apostle Dr. Brenda Fairley Farabee was presented an award on December the 6th, 2020. The plaque was given in grateful appreciation for her acts of kindness and humanitarian work shown towards the citizens of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. The award was awarded by Friends of the Faith, presented by Representative Mr. Garland Pierce. Congratulations. Now, if you would like to.
I'm not gonna sing, but I will sing. Director for Robeson and Sarah. We have been able to give cases of Clorox, germicides to our law enforcement officers, Lysol, even our school system. 6 counties surrounding, Robeson being with the 6th county, we've been able to do. And what made me work even harder was this board right here, because I represent you all and you all represent me.
All right.
And everywhere I went to all counties, Columbus, Bladen, Cumberland, Hoke. We even got Richmond, which one I leave out? I left one of them, anyway. Scotland, yes, Scotland would kill me, but yes. And EMS, our EOC, and they're very thankful. And like I said, without the support of this board, because y'all have really made me proud. Everywhere I went, this board received accolades in Aldo County. So thank you all for giving me the strength to go forth in it. God bless you.
Okay, anything else? Have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Randy, second by Mr. Henry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Have a Merry Christmas.